just want to say, on the note for a recap, I'd like to suggest that this is a good week for Warren to do it. I don't know if Wild is receptive to that, or he's sick of doing them because it's always his turn.
I was actually going to ask if I could do it this week because I really wanted to.
Yeah, this would be a good week.
I find them fun.
Be a good week for you. I also just want to say, oh my God, Benji, that recap, it is taking all of my effort to not just throw a geomancy card at you for how good it was.
You're such a liar. The end is so bad.
It's sincerely. And I've been struggling the entire day with I loved it so much. It was exactly what I wanted from a recap coming forward to the next week. And so this is a one-time thing. We're not fucking doing this shit again. But I am giving out a couple of geomancy cards this week, and one of them is going to be to Benji for having just the most amazing recap. I'm sure other people will have better recaps in the future. I don't give a shit. I really like this.
Thank you.
There we go. I think that worked. Did you get it?
Let me check. No.
Open that up wide on stream.
Ran out of cards in deck?
What? We don't have very many of them. We have less than we've had.
How do I return them to their resolve? Oh, there we go. Reset player avatar. There we go.
There we go. That worked. I had to shuffle the deck apparently.
That worked.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm gonna look, but I'm gonna cover the stream.
We're getting to new stuff now.
You can't just cover the webcam that covers the stream.
I know, that was the joke.
And then the other one, I'm giving it to Erie because doing all of the work to do all of the recaps again and copy it over is monumentous.
Oh God!
So now
yeah,
Erie
thank
has
you
three
so
fucking
much
cards.
for that.
I don't know which one I got.
That was amazing.
There's too many. He can't keep track anymore.
Oh, it's that one.
Oh, easy enough.
Added to the pile.
All right, pre-game notes. Lavish attention on Kyvius. Give a card to Erie, that motherfucker. Suggest one for you. Okay, cool. I'm done. That's it. Beyond that, I just want to get in. Is that cool?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed someone behind me is playing Destiny, so I think it's just us tonight, guys. That's my best clue.
That sounds like a trick. He would always be playing Destiny.
That's true. I think he's intentionally ignoring us to try and make this some kind of surprise.
So, what?
This music is very swelling.
Oh, I couldn't hear it, so I might have the wrong tune. I had to reset my game. You guys having your video camera things open, unfortunately, is ruining my music. That may be why I had to destroy it. Hang on for a split second.
The music is called Recap. Is that the right one?
Could not be the right one. It could be...
Recap, just look at that sunrise.
Yeah, that was the recap from last week. I don't know if it suits my mood today. I'm going to hear it in a second. All right, I can't hear it. Cool.
Nice.
Can't hear sound.
Good shit.
Sounds great from here.
All right, perfect. Well, if it doesn't sync up with my description, tough shit. Mute it. So, I've talked about the valley a little bit, but the honest-to-goodness truth is that my descriptions don't do this place justice. Where the mountains rise up all around you like a cradle, they are vast and strong, and the crags here are snow-kissed, they catch the light and they sparkle from a distance. And all around you are those vast green meadows. The soil around you is loamy enough that the footsteps of the many animals that have trod upon it before you are very clearly visible still. And the trees might have been planted here by Vale, but they have still chosen to bloom and take root and grow wild and free, with their boughs stretching up to the skies like the hands of a many-armed dancer, or the many hands of a praying congregation. And the only thing missing here, really, to make it really, really genuinely beautiful, is the sky. The ceaseless howl, twisted and churning, still continues to block out most of the light, because above you it's just thunder and chaos, as it's always been. And for the briefest of moments, all of you are able to imagine what this place would look like beneath a clear sky full of stars. You know, the light from the moon settling down on a nestled little kingdom tucked away here. And you imagine it'd be beautiful beyond words. But the first few days that you have had to spend together with the people here has not been easy. your people, if you have come to accept Vale's vision of things, or at least the responsibility that has been forced upon you, your people are every bit as chaotic as he was lamenting to you. Because even before all the huddled masses have truly found their footing and kind of gotten used to the idea of this abrupt and massive change in their life, already some of the High Helm nobles have taken charge and started to lay claim to sections of land and began to mark their territory, drawing lines with branches that they snap from these celestial fruit trees. And the fruit itself has been a wonder. Families who were starving to death, like huddle around cautiously, and they begin to have made their way towards one of these vast and natural orchids, and they will pluck like a single one of these ever ripe gourds, and never taking more than one despite their own suffering. And they will do things like selflessly insist that their children eat, and it's clear that they never expect to get any themselves. Um, and it's always that moment that you get to see over and over when they have that moment of just they're overcome with relief that their kids will have full stomachs for the first night in a fortnight, and then they are doubly shocked when only a couple of these bites of these mystical melons will leave their kids full and with satisfied stomachs, and the rest is passed over to the parents themselves. So for every annoying preaching nobleman who's demanding your attention, there's two families who have nestled under the boughs of one of these trees and have fallen asleep in the arms of their loved ones, or who come up to you and whisper their thanks to you in kind of the quiet moments between arguments. But the first night is pretty tense. It's a weird thing to look out and see with the entire nation camped out around hundreds of little individual fires. They have split it off into little groups, trying to convince the young ones to stay quiet and not cry, to try to avoid attracting the things in the darkness. And then, of course, the night passes with no incident, and the second is a lot calmer. The third night would have been calmer still, were it not for the herd of stampeding six-legged elk-like beasts that ran headlong over a group of people in the middle of the night, since their untended fire had gone out, and there was a death and 5 people badly injured. And the fourth night got stressful again, and then when people were settling down on the fifth night, there was a screech from above that you kind of all recognized as being one of the massive winged rocks that you had encountered moving up the Stair of Penance. And then when the sun rose the following morning, you all got to see what the races with dark vision claimed that they could kind of make out in the distance the night before, which is this massive taloned, enormous bird having been ripped to shreds, twisted and dashed against the rocks at the base of the mountain, like as if it had encountered a much more dangerous, but somehow more benevolent predator. And the sight was so disturbing that nobody even considered trying to like harvest the meat, or like the corpse material, and they just let it go. And the scent of blood and violence has kind of caused the more outlying camps to come group closer the following night. And so the following days are tricky. You do your best you can for an entire week. You handle disputes and just kind of try to make a semblance out of everything. And it's on the afternoon of the 8th day that Brannick saunters up to all of you, soaking with as much sweat as the time that he hid from his future wife, like it was this adolescent-style prom dance panic. And his clothes are covered in a fine layer of sawdust. His hands are so calloused that they're bleeding openly. And he takes off his hat and he goes, "Evening, lads. Eddie, Morgaine, Sagar. You wouldn't prefer I call you Your Majesties now, would you? It's no trouble."
God, no, please don't.
I've had a lot of nicknames, but I think I'm going to skip that one. That one's a little on the nose for me.
Yeah, just don't names, it's fine.
I'm still good with Jam Dunk, though. I'll never turn, it's always a good one.
And he looks at Morgaine for confirmation, kind of puts out a hand. He's like, I'm just getting used to all the newness. If you'd prefer, like, my lord, or...
Nothing's really changed.
My
All right.
Lord Forged does sort of have like it rolls off the tongue though.
Lord Forged.
The Lord Forged, strong.
I'm gonna have to strongly disagree. I
No, it's fair.
All right. Well, you tell me if you change your minds, though. It wouldn't be good for you to see him playing favorites, you know. And I'd rather Leaf not talk about Uncle Saigon in public and start raising eyebrows. You can't.
I think we'd all show some concern over Saigon being an uncle of anyone. Absolutely.
Leaf says a lot of things though. I wonder how much longer she's going to be able to get away with half the stuff that comes out of her mouth.
He nods and says, "Honestly, I feel like she takes after her mum that way." But fair enough. Do you mind if I just take your attention for just a minute? There's something I'd like to show y'all.
Absolutely.
If you could give me, you know, a speck of good news that wasn't another noble, that would be a pretty great day for me.
Or a dead rotting beast.
Yeah.
I apparently cannot hear music. I need to fix this. I'm so sorry, guys. Give me a quick second.
Also, you
Why
said
is it
8 days,
brown?
right? Still.
8 days, yes.
So it is the last day of the year.
It is the last day of the year. Well spotted.
You know, it's awfully weird, you know, Brannick, you bring that up and then you get quiet here awfully quickly. You alright?
Frantically messing with his iPod.
You know what? Yeah, he like pops out his AirPod or his earbuds, whatever, earbuds. And I'm gonna just deal with that later. And he leads you northward, and you starts making your way towards the wreckage of the once proud kingdom that some of you called home. Kind of closer to that. Go ahead.
Well, while we are being led there, it has been 8 days of blissful camping. Would you say
8
that
days
would
of
be
non-stop stress.
Right, so not a long rest, or yes, a long rest?
I mean, Kyvius, you're not super comfy sleeping on like the mud or during the night, are you?
Hey, I mean, I did spend several years in the car undercover, so I'm used to just getting a nod wherever I can get one.
But like under the covers, of like their
the covers, yeah.
If this is an argument of comfort, Warren would have had a long rest on day one.
Yeah, no,
What do you
Warren's
mean,
like,
this
no
is
pillows,
normal?
please. I'll just take this rock, and then you just like it absorbs into your arm in the middle of the night.
Yeah, yeah.
But you kind of get to where there's that shallow lake that's filled with those thousands of multicolored little minnow-sized fish that are darting around like living, colorful comments, and you get to see what he wants to show you long before he actually explains it. Because built there with love from talented hands, there's a team of workers who is putting the finishing touches on a slanted tile roof. They are dusting chunks of brick out the front door of this beautiful 2-story cavern.
A tavern or cabin?
Cabin, I'm so sorry. And he looks at all of you and says, listen, it ain't much. 6 bedrooms, crap little sitting room. None of the essentials yet, mind you. Not without a Foundling stone. We got no water. All your shits have to be taken in a hole out back. There's no stove in the common room. But she's got a hearth fire to keep you toasty. Nice sturdy chimney. 3 good wide beds so far and counting. Pillows are just stuffed with leaves for the time being. But again, it's a work in progress.
It's not much different from the house that I was paying for.
Honestly, and I've got this huge, like I can't even hide my little pointy teeth. Honestly, Caslin, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. It is beautiful.
It's a little big, don't you think?
It's sort of... Did you model it after the home you had back in Donberry?
That's what it reminds me of, yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of that place.
He nods a little bit and says, we didn't have a lot of designs to work with, and you know, again, it's a work in progress. If you need me to change things, I can do that. But with your permission, I mean, Kiwi and the wee one and I are going to be temporarily using the furthest and smallest room down there on the end, and we'll be out of your space in a week at most. As soon as you request it, of course.
No, you'll get the bigger room.
Kiwi?
Kiovossen.
That's just, it's a nickname. Nothing. She's got a lot of nicknames.
But you've never seen somebody blush furiously before, but Brannick is doing so currently. His face is just radiating heat, and he turns to Morgan and says, I don't know if you wanted to bet or not, big man, so we focus on the others for now, but we could get you whipped up whatever furniture you'd like for tomorrow or the next.
No, it's fine. And he'll sort of look out to the landscape and like there's a lot of work to do anyways.
He goes, any other amenities I can provide? A bookshelf for Warren, maybe, or for Kyvius? Writing desk? Itty, something more suited to your size, perhaps like a wee little chair? Sundial out front?
I'm like, could you make a little chair? Like a tiny... That sounds harder than making a big chair.
He goes,
I don't know.
He goes, it ain't no trouble. But immediately you can see like the gears are starting to turn. He's like, wait, no, actually, yeah, that would be harder.
I mean, you could just make a normal chair and I can make it little.
He can.
There's a moment where you can see that like Brannick has seen this power that you've used before, and you can tell his mind is working, but it's slow. Like, wait, could we just build a small house and Erie could turn into a big house? But there's that you can tell he's sort of thinking things through, but he's just nodding along.
No, this is, you didn't. This is kind of amazing. Like, I wasn't expecting to have a place to sleep for, well, a lot longer.
Quite some time. This is so much work in so little time.
Yeah, how'd you do this in like 8 days? Erected a whole building.
Well, it's cobbled together from bits and pieces of other parts. But I've got my team here, he says, and he points about the 8 dozen other humans, and there's a couple of half orcs in there, or probably full orcs and half elves in there who are again, they look beat. They look like they have been worked half to death here on this one, but they're beaming with pride. And Brannick adds, and the lads and I have been talking, like obviously shelter for all these folks. And he sort of just waves towards the crowd of people off in the distance that are just lost and directionless still a lot of the time. Obviously that's the most important thing to get us started. But after that, if you'd like ideas for where you'd like us to be directing our energy, after a day of rest, if you don't mind too terribly. I mean, you're sort of the ones in charge around here.
I think I would say that this sort of automatically puts you at the forefront if we're thinking about expanding things. Not that I know much about that. I lived in Lost.
Shelter comes first.
Right.
Getting people houses is going to be a lot for, moving in.
I hope people are used to a little more comfort.
We'll have our hands plenty full with that for the first few weeks. Don't worry about too much about that. But past that, without some sort of leadership, half these folks are clamoring for like a place to pray and give thanks to Valen for the second chance, or a shrine to Morden at the very least. And the other half are after bow and arrows to see if they can't, bag a kitten and get a portable stew.
Food comes before anything. I think we're on the same page of that.
No, leadership is sort of a good point, though.
It's something that we definitely have to work out. Just so that we can provide some direction. Although if food isn't a problem, obviously tending to other needs, we should prioritize them appropriately. I think you're kind of right. Shelter for everyone is something that definitely has to happen, but yeah, we should probably work out the leadership question.
It sort of hurts me to see so many talented and trained people from High Helm and the Guards, walking around trying to find something to do.
Well, what does leadership look like for a place like this?
Funny you say that. I'm thinking 4 primary roles and 2 secondary roles.
As he whips out an instructional book.
I've made a structure I think we could easily agree to.
Foundlings for dummies.
I mean, the only things I know about any of that kind of stuff is there's always sort of a, like, I don't know that much about politics, but even in like Dusk in the car and High Helm, there was always sort of a similar kind of structure. Epitaph said fuck it and did whatever, but you know, they got models to work off of, I suppose.
Brannick snorts a little and goes, we all saw how well that worked out for High Helm, didn't we?
Well,
I mean, he's
things-
right.
things, yeah. Well, of course, we want to do things different. But things get complicated in High Helm when you try and lay down martial law. Eh.
Well, not only that, there was the subversion of the chosen leadership, and then there was the question over how that leadership was chosen in the first place. I mean, there's a lot of aspects to kind of consider when you look at what happened in High Helm. Not to mention the outside influence of the car. Excuse me, I'm going to get talking. I'm not going to stop.
I was just gonna say, I doubt you know any more than we do, though. Do you know anything about the deal Fandon probably made with, you know, the rest of the car?
I don't think that's something I would have discovered while I was in the car, right? That would have been like way off of my radar, right?
That is definitely off your radar.
Yeah.
I would say if you guys want to go ahead and give me just a straight up intelligence check or history check, I'm open to either.
Is that basically anyone that had interaction with the COD during their backstory?
No, pretty much anybody who's been chugging along the adventure thus far. If you want to roll an intelligence check for me.
Intelligence or history, right?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty much the same bonus for me.
Fuck books.
I got a 1, I don't know.
Yeah, both Erie and Kyvius can sort of piece this together a little bit. You guys know, of course, it is sort of the cause MO that before they conquer somewhere, and Warren knows this too, but maybe not as to the same depth as you guys do. Before they conquer somewhere, they will always sort of put one of their own members in a position of power to kind of work their way up the ranks to make sure that the transition is going to be a lot easier. And it is very clear that General Fandon was one of the ringed, presumably even one of the ringed from Batter's Edge, based on sort of the mask he was wearing, that was sort of given this important responsibility to go to High Helm and work his way up to sort of the military ranks there. And when it came time for them to sort of make their big play, it was this person who was already working with the Ka said, hey, I've brokered a 10-year peace with them. I'm going to take responsibility for saving you from their destructive war, even though it was all something that the Ka had already done themselves to buy them 10 years of time for whatever the remainder part of their plan was, which apparently has led to the king being killed.
So it's basically like a long con.
It was 100% a long con. General Fandon is a nobody other than a very, very talented warrior from the.
But they didn't count on an entire city getting teleported.
Yeah, they didn't.
Short-sighted.
Yeah.
So, well, assuming Kyvia said anything.
Yes. So
Right.
I would have passed my piecing of that together along.
So it's sort of a long version of what they do anytime they conquer somewhere. Because even when they conquer towns, it's always in sort of like a big move, and then you get a warning, and then they take over.
From the inside out, really.
Yeah.
But whatever they were doing, and you heard hints of it. There was something called like Project Atlas, for example. There's a whole bunch of little things that you had heard in passing as you traveled. Whatever they were doing was cut short immediately when your attack on Battered Edge became common knowledge, because the people in the Ka then believed that, you know, there had to be some kind of reprisal, and it forced the people in leadership to like push forward their plan rapidly. So the king was killed.
I suppose.
Oh, so that was our fault. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oh,
I suppose if there was anybody we'd ask more details on, it would be, you know, Kana's group. Once we're on more talking terms.
Yes, I'm sure that's right around the corner.
Right.
Well,
I'm
I
getting
do need to have a one-on-one with her at some point.
I feel like
About that, lad, he says, and Brannick glances towards the door of the house and back at you, and he said, all day last night, when we were putting the finishing touches on things, she sat in the only chair that we've built for her thus far, and sat and waited in the darkness, waiting for you all to come have a conversation with her. Didn't stay overnight. Noise was a bit much for her, but I imagine that she wants to speak to you soon, too.
oh, see, okay, took care of part of the problem for us.
No, it's worse.
Yeah, but anything's better than where it was, where we were at gunpoint before. It's a progressive thing. Hopefully, there won't be another fight before we resolve things.
Quite true.
Last time she did this, I was in training for 4 months.
Training for what?
Well, it's just general purpose training.
To walk in things.
Do you think we're in trouble?
Yeah. But that's I guess relative now. It's not that big of a deal, but still, yeah, better sooner than later.
I thought once we were rulers that we didn't have to feel like we were going to the principal's office anymore.
Complicated.
Yeah, just a bit.
I got us off track though. The leadership thing we do need to figure out. Though I would say, I don't know where Keo is, but I probably want to talk to her later too about some of that.
Oh yeah, we should totally stop by Kiwi's place.
Then we should talk to Javi about it.
He probably
Catholic.
have some good advice.
Has he left
Catherine.
town yet?
Castle nods in agreement with both these things and says, well, Kivossen said she sort of took your assertion that she could take some responsibility to heart, and when she didn't hear from him from day 3, she's been sort of training some of the new recruits. Javi likewise been mostly picking through the wreckage. There's been some kind of magical anomaly of some type. I didn't really follow.
I bet he made it and then made it up too.
Is it an eyeball? Because we've seen one of those before.
Yeah.
That being said, transposing this much matter from one place to another, I would not be surprised if there were several anomalies.
Did he fuck up did he glitch the
It's a glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah.
Alright then, who do we go see first? Kana, Javi, or Kiyovossen?
I want Karna first.
I vote the inside of the house.
Yeah.
Oh. That's a
I
fair
suppose
point.
that's true. Oh yeah, and all these people are waiting outside to see how much we love the house. Everyone put a big smile on because we want, No, I want to make them feel better. I'm trying to think of a way to make. We should name the house something really representative of the
Song
beautiful-
read.
God damn it!
You guys fucking suck.
I'll make a little welcome to song read sign to
Yep.
hang on the door
Yeah,
Oh, with your magic?
with my magic.
yeah.
It'll go away in 5 minutes, but still.
It's good for the joke.
Yeah.
No, okay. Considering they made this for us, they probably, are respectful. The rulers living in it, I think, is a pretty big compliment.
No, very true. No, absolutely. I want them to show how much we appreciate. I want to show them how much we appreciate it. Which this is why I was thinking maybe name it something after them or something representative of the beautiful. I don't know. Ignore me. Let's go inside and check it out.
I salute Caslin and head off.
Yeah, no, he's delighted that you guys like it, and one of the orcs drops down to a kneeling position and puts his head down low as you guys give the house a good inspect. Glance inside; it's pretty threadbare in there, but 6 bedrooms is certainly more than is.
more than we were used
Is
to
the
making our
door
way
big
here.
enough for me?
It is, yeah, of course it is. It was
Oh,
designed
awesome.
very clearly with you in mind. Yeah, in fact, it's hard to sort of tell from the picture because, of course, I was having difficulty finding perfect pictures. But the entire thing is built like this heavy base structure of like thick stone and brick, so that there's pretty much no way you could damage this thing.
I yell back out, I didn't realize how hard this would be to design for Morgaine. You guys really outdid yourselves that he didn't fall through the floor.
No kidding. It's like a Warforged proof residence.
Yeah, those are rare.
Is there a second floor?
There is a 2-story building. Yes, there's like a little outcropping as well. That's kind of like a little observatory. And there's a chimney, but it is 2-story.
Is the second floor sturdy enough to support him?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Sick.
Yeah, it's like the first time Morgaine has gone upstairs in years.
Each tentative step gives him more courage as he slowly makes his way upstairs. I can do it!
So
I
Morgaine-
believe!
Yeah, and like Brannick watches you like it's Leaf taking her first couple tenuous steps, and he's so proud.
Even he looked nervous. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. He's like, "All right, you can do it. Just believe."
And then at the top, he gives a little arm pump, but then he looks around, sees people looking, and hides it away.
Oh, 100%. This music is fucked.
This is, this is a good song for it.
Yeah,
Even
no,
though
you guys. Sorry, for lack of a better word, if I was going to quote Mercer, the day is yours.
I feel like
Well,
the longer we make Karna wait, just the more angry she's gonna get.
That's
so
probably true, yes.
maybe knock that one out first.
I'd like to know where she stands before we get doing things.
That is
Oh,
not a
poor
good
choice of
bet.
words.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't- am I allowed to say things like that because I don't have one arm? Like, does that give me permission? I don't know the rules here. On Epitaph, we threw around a lot more insults.
I think you'll have to ask Kana about that.
So no.
Yeah,
That'll be
exactly.
no.
Yeah, that's going to be the answer.
I think you're fair with Garo.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes,
that's true.
please repeat it with Garo.
Okay.
Should we... there was that leadership thing. Should we just... Because Brannock seems like he'd be a good king.
He's out of earshot at this point in time because he couldn't deal with that.
That
Brannick!
no.
Do you want to be king?
If you want to see someone blush,
Just, he's got a whole family to worry about. It's not do that.
He shouts back, "No, you heard me right. Anything you need."
So yes?
Oh, yep, absolutely.
yes, he
Well, that's
can't.
settled.
Yeah,
King Brannick.
he can't hear you. This just feels very immoral right now.
Well, I do want to handle the leadership, but I just, feel like it'd be easier. I'm always worried, about what Connor's gonna do. They could cause some real
Okay.
trouble.
Then let's walk and talk.
Let's stick a pin in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Then we'll get
circle
Johnny-
back.
And we'll drag him and have him help us start with this rulership thing.
We'll circle back when everyone's out of pocket.
We'll take this offline.
There you go. That was what I was waiting for.
Do you guys want to sort of go like spot by spot together, or did you want to split up and go sort of spread your 4 people among these 3 different locations you mentioned to talk to?
For the Keo part, I don't think we need a bunch of people. I feel like for the Javi, since it's about rulership, we need everyone. Does anyone not want to be part of the Karna discussion?
Well, was she just waiting for Morgaine, or was she waiting for all of us? Did Brennan
I
say?
think- Primarily in the past, it was Morgaine after last
Yeah.
session.
One other person should go too, though. We need at least one other person from our group. For more
Rick Erie that
perspective.
can flutter me away.
You fixed what? What did you fix?
My audio.
Ah, okay.
I can hear music
Oh,
now.
nice.
Excellent. Well, I am particularly interested in the potential that we've got magical anomalies, so I would definitely like to go attend Javi.
I sort of, in my eyes, I just wanted to give, Connor's group the chance to make their choice. What they do now is up to them. I just want to know what it is.
Why don't we split up? Half go to Kyo, half go to Karna with me.
And then
then
we'll
we
meet back up at Javi.
And then meet
Yeah.
up with Javi after.
To just discuss the rulership things. Yeah, okay.
I will go with Morgaine to see Kana. Warren, if you could
Yes.
just at some point throw Kiwi into the conversation and then come back and imitate the face that she makes when you do so to me, I would so appreciate that.
Throw Kiwi into the conversation?
Yes, a little nickname that Brennick's got for her.
Oh!
Can you imagine?
Oh! No, yeah, got it. I
Great.
didn't...
Oh my god. Erie, will you teach him how to troll?
But he's an elf.
Ah.
Less elf all the time, though.
Oh god, please send another tiefling to this group. Someone who understands me and my sense of humor.
Have fun with Garo.
I can see you spin around on the webcam.
Oh,
That shoulder look.
did I get a
man.
shoulder look? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Like a suspicious one.
Yeah. Was there any answer from the heavens?
There might have been. You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, okay, just wondering.
Yeah, 8d6 lightning damage.
Who wants to go first?
We
47.
can do. We can just get Karna out of first and then do Kyo into Javi.
Okay. They have not really moved because Karna and Garo are pretty operating under the idea that they are under watchful eye essentially still, and
Which is true.
the last time that you had seen Karna, it was there was an old beggar with blind eyes who had been hunched over with his shaking hand and his staff and a gaping wound on his chest that was still leaking blood. And this random nobody beggar had promised you that he'd keep a good eye on these two, even though he was just an old blind man. But this particular time, it's about a group of about a dozen people who are armed. They have basically found things like cudgels, the wreckage, that are not people that have been kind of supported by Kyo to sort of be militia yet or anything. But you've sort of impressed upon them the importance of making sure that Garo doesn't get into any shit, and they've been taking that very seriously. And you can tell, even from this distance, that Garo has done about as well as like a 5-year-old with his whole situation, because it's very clear that he like spent a couple days refusing to eat, so eventually they force fed him some of the gourd, which he just like spit up on himself like a fucking child. So he's like covered in gross, disgusting, like his pants are still fucking bloody and pissed, and his arm is still just wrapped in bloody rags, and it looks like it's probably going to get infected at some point in time if he doesn't let Kyvius deal with it again a second time. And he just looks like crap. His hair, for the very first time, doesn't have that super flammable oil material slicked through it, so it's just drooped down on both sides of his face. And with his long hair around his ears, he looks just completely miserable, like a wet, mangy dog. And Karna has a chair that she has been sitting in, with so much aggression that you can tell the chair has like sunk like 2 inches down into the ground, because whenever it goes down like a little bit further into the loamy soil, she angrily rocks back and forth on it as best she can with her unfunctional lower half, and it just gets like further and further sunk in. So now she's sitting with her ankles like up, because her feet are not like properly sitting on the ground. They're kind of stretched out a little bit. And as you approach, she looks at you with a face that you can tell there's a bunch of like, she's got a whole speech ready. But she opens very quietly with, Morgaine, I think it is time that we talked about Garrow and the others.
Okay. I think that's fair.
So I want you to look me in the eye right now and tell me that beneath all of this posturing about caring about me, about you saying that you want to rebuild us, I need you to tell me the truth. Because I
Always.
want to go home. And I need you to tell me if I'm a prisoner here or not.
No, you can leave. I wish you wouldn't, but you can leave.
Just a question though, Connor, where is home for you?
Before she answers that, she sort of explains to you that she goes like, listen, Kyvius, I'm worthless like this. I'm not a warrior, I'm not a contributor, I am just a burden. If I went back to the Ka, I would be taken to one of the pools of possibility and restored, mind and body. And I could tell the Illumined the truth, that we were all led astray by a false prophet, by a dragon, and they could consult the sacred text for answers.
Well, Morgaine, Karna, myself, we've all spent significant time with the car. Let's kind of sort of play that one out a little bit. Do you think they would listen to you?
They would, she says, 100% confidently. And then adds, just because a dragon was manipulating events inside the country for his own gain, whatever this is, doesn't mean that the Ka is wrong. The nation is fractured, and the unity of the Ka is going to heal it, just like they are going to heal me. And
But
this place
if they trusted you and they're in as great as you'd say, why would they have Shireen manipulate you?
She didn't. She unclenches her hand. She wasn't manipulating me. She was helping me see more clearly. And I know that's hard for you to understand, but you have to remember that the events that have led us here have all been set in motion from a creature that you just sat down for a pleasant chat with in a field of flowers. The people who haven't been brought into the folds of the Ka, like you, and we call them heretics, sure, because you are beasts who have been cut off from the will of the divine. And I never really understood how deep that goes until I saw my own brother talking to the monster responsible for setting this whole thing in. We're trying to reconnect with the divine will, what fate wants for us. And you all don't just reject that idea, you embrace it. I heard you use the word foundling. You're proud to be that, somebody who rejects the natural order of things. You're rejecting unity and fate and demand to go your own way. And I just feel like you're telling me that you trust a dragon.
No.
God, no. What made you think that we...
It's not about trusting. It's about finally living up to the promise that we've hoisted upon ourselves and to make the world better. Not taking the easy route and let someone else tell you how to make it better, but honestly looking at the world as it is, without bias, without any negative or filters on it, and seeing what it is, and then dreaming what it can become.
She says, how can you see the world for what it is?
Because that's all I've done.
But you've allied yourself with an entity that can be anyone. I mean, what if you go to try to, I don't know, forge an alliance with the people of the North, and it just feels a bit too easy? You're just talking to the goddamn dragon in a parka. How do you know you're not? How do you see the world?
How do you know Memnom's not him? If we're gonna go down that route, how maybe he's in charge of every nation? What then, Karna? Would you turn against the Ka if Memnon was the dragon?
No, because we are serving fealty to an ideal. The Grand Sultans guide us, and we have been pledged to something beyond our. And
what's the difference? They both this one has an ideal. They have an ideal. Why is the Ka's ideal better? This is what I've never understood. The Ka is so driven to a goal that they have lost sight of the how. They will bulldoze over everything to get to their objective and not care who they trample over to get to it. The how is far more important than the destination. Always.
Fine. So let's talk about how. If I was to go back to the Ka, and I know that you don't agree with them, because people die if they won't let themselves become saved, and no, it's not easy to let go of the world that you thought you knew and mark yourself with a greater purpose. But if we're talking about like objective, something we can do now, if I go to the Ka, they will heal me, and I'll be able to make decisions and see clearly, I think. But here, I'm just stuck in a chair. And I don't know what else a solution is.
I think
And I'm stuck in a Warforged body. When I came back, do you remember how useless I was? I could barely walk. I could barely function. But you told me not to stop. And you taught me how to move and walk, and I adapted, and I lived, and I moved forward. But no, when that lesson comes round, you abandon it? No, the easy way out's the better way out. Giving up is better. No, it's too hard. Yeah, that's what you told me, obviously. Not get up, Morgaine. What you have in front of you is what you are. Live.
You have never seen her without a response before. And her jaw sets and tightens and then relaxes. And she just, after a moment, says, "Do you want me to stay?"
Yes. God, Karna. All of this, where we don't have to be something else, you can have your values. Your values are respected by me. God, they're the foundation of who I am. It's why I love you. I want you to have around. This is a world where we can shape it. We don't need to compromise anymore. We don't need to walk on innocent towns in the name of a higher cause. We can find a way. I'm not saying I have all the answers. I've never told you I've had the answers, ever. But we have an opportunity to be better. And yes, I get it. People are ugly, and I've seen it myself. You know, sitting as a sick child in a window, you get not much else but watch how ugly people are. Single mothers getting their last pieces of bread stolen by thieves. But you know what's more important? The merchant that walks up after that gives the mother the food. Those lights in the darkness. Those pieces of hope that line that darkness in them. People are ugly, but a lot of them do better.
When you had sort of mentioned like the somebody giving like a piece of bread, she had muttered under her breath, "The Ka provides." And then at the end of this, she's very quiet again, and you know, there's a lot of walking in your metaphors, Morgaine.
Well, you used a lot of feeling in yours, so turnabout's fair play.
All right, you know what? Fair. So I'll think about it. No promises. But here's the other stuff we need to talk. Whatever happens, Shireen and the others are staying with me. And I know how you feel about her. You think she's a monster. I don't. She is misunderstood. And it's not fucking cliche to say that either, because you literally don't understand anything about her or the Ka. And if you kill Garrow, or you hurt Zolt, or turn off Shireen, that's it. I will never forgive you, and someday we will be on opposite sides. And if that sounds like a fucking threat, that's because it is.
Well, okay. The only reason I hurt any of my family is because he shot you. And we can table
in
that.
the back.
I
In
think
the
that's
back.
fair.
Shot her in the back.
But you can trust me anyone that's ever threatened to hurt any of you, they know full well what happens. You can ask any of my friends, any of my new family. It's grown. What would happen if any of them touched you, Garrow, or Zult? That has never changed. Don't ever question my love for any of you.
She has been nodding along that entire time in perfect agreement. Like, yeah, no, he deserved it, and I appreciate you stood up for me. And
Yeah, he
Garrow has been occupying himself like looking at like other people completely. No sign of Zolt. He's gone and made himself useful, but these two are.
I just like the idea of Garrow looking around like an abandoned housewife, just like afraid to make eye contact.
I do have a condition for Shireen, though.
Sure, I'm listening.
Now this is I don't know how yet, but I think I know where I want to go first. Everyone deserves a chance. And granted, we met each other on opposite sides. You're right. I don't know who Shireen is. I know her as an adversary, but not as an ally or someone I can depend upon. I know she, in my perspective, and you're going to have to come to terms with that, she manipulated you. Because I don't know anything else. But she deserves a second chance, in my eyes. Not that she's done wrong, and I'm not insinuating that in this circumstance. But as long as she's part of the Serothian, she doesn't get to make those choices. Or I don't think she does. She would always have a threat. I couldn't imagine if I was part of whatever that is, with the threat of him taking over at a moment's notice. And I deserve... Maybe she wants to be part of it. Maybe she doesn't. But I think, for once in her life, she might deserve the decision.
Karna nods at this a little bit, says, when you're comfortable waking her up, you talk to her about that, and she'll tell you all about it. The last thing that I have for a condition, if you're not waking Shireen up right away, then I need you to get your little flying sylph companion. What'd you name him? Creep?
Is she talking about Eerie here?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Eerie.
Whatever. I need you to have him use his mental ritual to contact Mom and Dad and tell them that we're fine.
Yeah. That goes without saying. I would do it. Yeah. Why don't we call them together?
I don't know if that's how it works, but yeah, if we can.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. They're magic users. We just tell them what to do, and they do it. They deal with it.
Just magic away the problems.
Yeah, it's fine.
She looks at you again and goes, I don't love how much you're enjoying this, you know.
Karna, I've stopped thinking that everything has to be perfect to be happy. You know what? I'm here with you. We're both alive. He shrugs. It's honestly, this is pretty amazing. And for a brief moment, that future might have been taken away. And yeah, I'm just happy we're here. I mean, all the bad around us, all the history behind us. I'm happy you're here.
Morgaine? You should really take off that disgusting robe. You smell really awful. I know you can't smell, but it's really bad.
I can't. I went through a weird door, and it's attached to me now.
All right. Well, it's not how clothes work, but I'll take your word for it.
Magic's weird.
At least she's not a race that needs to bathe.
At this point in time,
he doesn't have sweat
Garrow.
glands.
At this time, Garrow also pipes up and goes, have you given any more thought to the whole executioner position? Because it's not as easy as you think. You got to calculate how much spare rope you need so you can kind of get a good drop to crack the neck without turning into like a strangulation or a full-blown decapitation. You got to make sure you get the rope strength to take the jerk from the weight of a falling body from that. There's a lot that goes into it.
Garrow.
Yeah.
No, Morgaine, I think we should listen to him for a moment. I think he's got a good idea there. If we could get some observation of your skills, for example, you could practice on that wood pile over there with your axe, and then we could see your rope skills once you'd successfully cleaved the wood, enough of it, you could show us your rope skills by tying it together. I think that would be a really good audition for the position.
He just looks at you and goes, "You know what? You're not even important enough to me for a specific insult, you devil bastard."
On the other hand, we're going to have a lot of people that will need training on how to use ranged weapons, likely, for hunting and other occurrences. And Garo, despite, everything that's happened, I haven't seen anyone with a keener shot than you. Actually, no, Saigar's a better one. But, you have an amazing shot. You've always been amazing with a rifle, unmatched. And I think you have a lot to teach. And if you give it an option, finding people that respect and admire you, I think you can lean into that and actually find that through a less mean option.
He says, "Yeah, no, you bring me a rifle and I'll show Clip Clops over there how good I am with it. But listen, I heard what you said to your sister there, and if the healing thing's on the table, I would be a lot more effective with both the danglers." I'm saying, can I get my arm back?
We'll see. But you may have lost an arm, and that's a punishment, but it isn't penance. So what I need you to do for your penance is you, Garrow, need to do 300 good deeds.
You're kidding.
That's gonna take him 10 years.
And stone cold face just keep on looking at him.
There's no response. He sort of just slumps back down and goes, "What, am I keeping a list?"
Yes. And I will inspect that list. And if you don't do it, I'm telling Karna.
You have always been the biggest nerd, you know that?
And he'll sort of stand up.
Why we like him.
Zalt, is Zalt in your shot at all?
Zolt is nowhere to be found.
Cool. Okay, he's onto his own thing.
Yeah.
By the way, Garrow, your bandages look a little bloody. We'll need to tend to those. Make sure it doesn't get infected, and make sure the rest of your injuries aren't bad. Same for you, Karna. We just need to double check, make sure there's nothing bad there. They did a pretty good job healing you, but can't be too sure, right?
She simultaneously says, "I'm fine," at the exact same time that Garrow "You can kill me before I let old gargoyle face over anywhere near my injury. Maybe bring me a proper nurse. Somebody in a tight miniskirt will go from there."
I am going to find the tightest miniskirt I can find. And I'll be back as soon as I find it.
Go swim in hellfire, you fail birth.
My
does he have so
God,
many
man.
nicknames?
Yeah, I know, right?
Morgaine will turn around and be like, please.
Okay, I'm shutting my mouth, and it's the hardest thing I've ever done.
And as you guys get ready to leave, Garrett was like, "Yeah, walk away." Very quietly under his breath, and he turns back to pretending that he was talking to somebody. Just kind of looks up at you.
I love Darrow.
I hate him.
He definitely won that argument.
I did it for
Carter looks up
Morgaine. I gave up for
Carter looks
Morgaine.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Carter looks up at you real quick, Morgan. Says, "So that's where I'm at. If you and I are going to see eye to eye, we need to be seeing eye to eye. You know."
Yeah, I'll look for options. But like I said, you're not a, and he'll say this loudly, you are not a prisoner here.
There's a grumble, but she nods. Says, "Thanks. That's not how I thought this conversation was going to."
If roles were reversed, it'd be the same, right?
She pauses for like 5 seconds and then says, "Right." And you make your sense motive check against her blood.
Knife twist. Well done, Morgaine.
There's no sense motive.
Insight.
No, I know, but you can tell she had to think about. She's getting there, for sure. Anything else before I jump to Ward and Erie?
No.
Nope.
Let's see. You guys were heading to Kiovasid, yeah?
Yes.
You mean Kiwi?
Kiwi is training troops. She's got weapons that have been dug from the wreckage. They're basically just assessing how many of the Granite Guard are trying to continue their posts. And when you guys start making your way up, she turns and like with again just that military precision already coming back to her, even though she's got a bit of a stomach now and she's older than she used to be. She just there's that military stride in her step as she walks right up to you, and you very much get the impression like this is the report that she has prepared for you immediately. And she says,
As she's about to give the report, I say, "Give it to me straight, Kiwi."
"There's she just nods at you and then starts, and then like you can tell her mind stops and it backtracks a little bit, and she looks at you and says,
Yeah.
never again. That was the one."
Okay, but what will I do with all the other nicknames Brannick comes up with?
Warren, one.
Okay.
What about me? Do I get one too?
She doesn't respond right away and then says, "I suppose."
I'm gonna save it.
It's valuable.
Takes another deep breath and says, "None of the royal armor survived the teleportation. The granite full plate were stone slabs inscribed with runes, but like everything else that was magical when Javi's spell hit, now it's just stone." And she sort of gestures half-heartedly towards the gigantic pile of trash that was once the king. "But we've got a few swords, and we've got some dented shields and chain boots and things just from scouring the top layer, and once we get a smith and a foundry started, we'll be able to repair dozens."
And nod. No, Granite Guard armor is a pretty nice thing, but I think it gets in the way of people getting better. Anyway.
Agreed. And she waves to Brother Cruz, who is working tirelessly along with again another couple dozen volunteers to sort of mark sections of the wreckage that they have been carefully climbing across. And one of them like grabs a sign for a food stall called Dungeon Donuts that you recall from when you were kids, and they're hard at work prying off the metal disc covered in large, gaudy stone sprinkles. And she goes, "It's hazardous. We're trying to keep civilians away, but it's not easy. A lot of people think they're going to be able to find their house perfectly preserved in there somewhere. And I don't envy the paladins who are spending their time listening to nonstop, heart-wrenching stories about the things that people have lost. Cradles for their infants made from deceased relatives, important possessions they safeguarded their entire lives were just destroyed in an instant."
Yeah, can't help but, turn around and try and check the wreckage. It feels like, things you keep in your pocket turn up. But It's probably a little better this way. People are going to need to move on, and this place isn't going to be like High Helm.
No, you're right. It's enough looking backwards. We've got a future to focus on. Can I introduce you to the volunteers?
I was actually going to ask you if you'd run into a couple of people. Yeah, I got a little game for them to play.
She doesn't respond to this, but of course, clear a moment of apprehension, and she takes you around for sort of a little while to sort of introduce you to each of the recruits. And there's that moment, the very first time that she introduces you to somebody, where she says, "And this is," and then turns to you and sort of just trails.
Wait, what?
She's not sure how to introduce you. What?
Oh.
How do you present yourself?
I say, Warren, you won't have to worry about looking out for me, though. I'm pretty easy to spot, and I'll ping my halo.
And she just nods and says, "Just Warren there." And she introduces you to Kadon and Chalita and Abira and Yabudia and Balagor, and just kind of goes down the list of Frey and Illyrin and just people that have basically found it in their hearts that they want to do something to protect this place, even though it's very intimidating having no idea what's out there, and a lot of them have had their confidence shaken again by the sight of the rock having been torn to shreds that's still bleeding over there a couple of miles away. And finally, she gets to the very, very last recruit, and he is a tall tiefling that looks like he might have been sent by the gods above. And he is of blue skin. I can find his token here real quick. He is of blue skin and is wearing very basic attire, where he looks like he's dressed in peasant clothes. He's got a nice big set of sturdy suspenders that you can tell he's sort of fished out, and he's got like 3 or 4 belts wrapped around his waist, and a long, dirty, disgusting duster they sort of just thrown over his shoulders. Very tall, statuesque guy. But most notably is he has this just wild mop of navy purplish hair that just sits on his head like a turd of hair that that has no style or design whatsoever. He's got nothing on the sides because the horns kind of parted around. It's just this big like pile of hair that sits atop his head pointlessly. And he's got a very big not smile, but his lips are big, and so when he talks, it's like just this very animated, expressionless thing. And he walks right up to you, and you can tell he's going to shake your hand, like even before he gets up to you, because he does that thing where he cocks his elbow in kind of a 90-degree angle and holds it out to his side, and then walks the remaining like 7 steps towards you, holding this pose, like he's going to just lunge out and grab your hand the second he gets there.
I put my hand up to shake, but I'm kind of laughing a little bit.
And he says, all right, it's just spiffing to meet you there, boss. You can call me Leon or you can call me Soldier, just don't you call me Mama's boy. I love my mama, but that's neither here nor there.
I need a moment in real life. Okay, all right. I think I've recovered. Now,
and, he just grabs your hand and says like that whole arm shakes. You're just like jelly armed for a second.
No, there we go. Now this is more of the confidence that I'm sort of used to.
Yeah, and he says, oh, sure. I mean, we've been busier here than a moth in a mitten, but, always got time to meet the higher.
I can't.
We've been running all over here, the Circle of Hell's half-acre busy as a one-legged cat in a sandbox, and we're just trying to make her happy.
I'd always believed that my accent was pretty thick, but could you run that right back by me just one more time there? I think I missed something.
Oh, sure. I mean, we're just trying to find, weaponry here, but this whole pile of rubble, well, she's tighter on her goods than a bull's asshole. We're just trying to do our best.
If you don't mind me asking, where are you exactly from?
Oh, I'm from a little village there around High Helm. You probably wouldn't heard of it. Around there, we weren't nobodies. We were poor as a church mouse, too poor to even pay attention. I was so poor I had a tumbleweed for a pet.
And how did you end up here?
This is never gonna work. Wild is never gonna recover.
I'm sorry. No,
Well, I got her in my head that I was gonna make my way up to High Home to pick up a few things for a local business that I was gonna start. My mama always told me that I shouldn't be paying attention to my ideas. She always told me, "Boy, if you have an idea, it would die of loneliness." But I respect and love my mama, but I decided I would make my way up north there anyhow. And when I was in High Helm, well, the whole thing just got up and get it.
So wait a minute. You're just sort of rolling with the fact that we teleported you here. You don't seem, like bothered. You're just cool with living out in this place.
Oh, sure. I mean, life's always about having just one oar in the water, and it's easy to sort of see that's just more of the same.
Yeah.
This kind of can-do attitude is exactly what we need to get this place running.
I was gonna say, I like you. You're getting closer and closer to being in the first hunting party.
Well, slap my head and call me silly. What's this about a hunting party?
At some point here, whenever things get a little more organized, it'll be important to actually go and look at the area around this land. A few days ago, when those 5 people, when we had that death to those elk running around, it's better to know what's actually out there around us in these, greenery.
Sure, you want us to get out there and find whatever's out there and just jerk a knot in their tail. Me and you, we're gonna mix, Warren.
Mostly to scout it, but yeah, sure. I think I'm in character as thrown off as out of character. Just trying to talk to this guy.
Can you do me one favor?
Oh, sure, I'm all ears there, little leprechaun.
Can you fix your hair?
He throws himself down forward like a bow position, and then all the way back up, so it kind of like comes back a little bit and flops to the side. And
Close enough.
Just because of my familiarity with things like this, looking through the halo, does he move slowly?
It's hard to say in sort of just like passive. It's hard. It's this is one of those things that like if you were to fight somebody,
Okay.
but it's hard to tell just walking around like this.
Well, good thing to know is we're here at the end of the line, which means you're the first in line, technically. And I just awkwardly in the middle of the conversation turn around and like grab the pack on my back and start to dig through it. And I get out my the board that would normally be used for Fool, Feign, and Fisherman, but I knock a bunch of the pieces off. And I set it up basically like you would checkers.
Is this the board that you purchased back in Epitaph?
No,
It's not the cursed one. I have that.
it's not the cursed one. It's just a regular game board.
He's keeping that safe from Warren.
No, just the regular one I have. I'm not giving him the cursed one. And I go, no, so I just, I say, hold on, this isn't going to make sense for a second, and I pull out the Warlord's Pawn,
Okay.
and I tap it on one of
Do you
the
still
pieces.
have the Warlord's Pawn?
Oh yeah, it's in my equipment.
We got it back.
I see it.
That was collateral. And then
Oh,
we
you
got
do
back
have a
forward.
Yeah. I tap it, but then I flip it around so that the piece with the pawn is on his side, not my
All right.
side.
I'm with you.
Yeah. And I say, or whichever way it would need to be positioned, where
Yeah.
he could take a piece from me
Right.
and learn about me.
I'm with you.
Okay.
And he looks at this confused for a split second, and Kiyova's is just standing nearby, like, what is happening? And then some of the other soldiers as well kind of get a little bit bored, and he goes, well, you better get me a stump then, because I'm going to cream your corn.
That's not. No, I mean, we can play a real game here in a minute, but I. Look, okay. The most important thing for people, if they're going to be working with me, is honesty. You don't know who I am. I'm some random guy with a halo. A lot of you know the one who's been training you, but I sort of came out of nowhere and teleported most of you to this play. Some of you are happy to be here, some of you maybe not, even if you're volunteers. I think people who are deciding to give up their lives should have a chance to know about the guy who's putting them in danger, so that if they decide maybe they want to back out, it's their chance. So what I want you to do, so I'm going to put this checker piece forward, and all I want you to do is take it and then get ready for what's going to happen in your brain space.
He starts to agree with you. He's like, oh yeah, sure, this whole thing happened faster than green grass through a goose. But how's this game?
No, it's you ever played, checkers?
We should take a second here really quickly to talk about the fool, the flame, and the fisherman. If you are an Eladrin or an elf, the fool, the Thane, and the fisherman, which means the same thing fundamentally for the course of the game. So really quickly, because we haven't really talked about this, the way that it works is that it's very much set up like a chessboard with like 20 pieces on each side, and they're all pawns with the exception of 3 of them: the fool, the flame, and the fisherman. And it is the pieces only move like 2 spaces at a time. And it kind of functions like checkers, where if you've got pieces like flanking another one, then you capture it or move it off the board. But the idea is fundamentally that these 3 core pieces, which represent people in your lives, add an additional psychological level to the game, because you only have to take and capture one of them to win, and neither side knows which one the winning piece is. There is a little hole carved in the base of each of these 3 tokens, in which a small little like gemstone or chip of something is placed before the game. So after you capture your opponent's piece, they lift up and reveal whether or not it was the one of the 3 that had to be taken to win the game. And the reason this is relevant is because not only is there like a level of tactical nature involved in the game, but it is commonly agreed upon by both parties that these 3 key tokens, again, the fool, the flame, and the fisherman, also represent a person in their life who they are close to that represents the key tenant from that piece. So the flame is somebody who in your life is like passionate and inspires you. Maybe it's love, maybe it's like high energy, something. And again, in the original Ladder, Fane, meaning like temple, is like the source of your strength because of their power and energy. It's somebody who inspires you to be better and stronger because of how passionate they are in their own life. And the fisherman represents, that very classical canonical idea of like the old samurai by the riverbed who just spends all day in Zen meditation and patience, just taking what life comes. And the fisherman is therefore somebody in your life who is close to you, that represents like patience and wisdom, who you aspire to be like. And finally, the fool is that person in your life who you wouldn't want to be them necessarily, but you learn a lot about yourself just from having them in your life to kind of be a good contrast to you. And they never fail to like make you laugh, and they're always, a good person to have around. But because both parties are trying to determine which one is the winning piece for their opponent, there's a psychological element to it too, because sometimes they'll bluff and try to protect one that turns out to be not the one they're actually after, or you can assess who the person is and their real life to determine which piece is the one they're trying to protect. Where a lot of the times throughout like a Ladder history, this game was very, very severe and stern, to the point that if you took a piece from your opponent, it represented a real person who was then executed on the spot.
Yeah, it was a cool game. And in a show of representing the character, I'm bastardizing it and rigging it for him to just take my piece and win immediately to learn the information.
Yeah. So he sort of sits down with you. You do have to play it a little bit. So you kind of walk him through it, and he goes, "Oh, you better give your heart to Moradin, because your butt is mine, fella." And you guys start doing a couple of moves back and forth, and pretty quickly, because you're letting him win, he uses it's frustrating because the warlord's pawn is not the piece that he's using, and he's like, they're really dumb moves. They're not good. Yeah, and like halfway through, he goes, "A flame's my mama," and you're like, "Okay, cool. You can't tell me though. That's not how the game works." And like eventually, it takes like 5 minutes. And it's kind of like it's getting to the point where it's like a little embarrassing, and you're like, "Oh, what if you did this move instead?" But finally, he does actually capture one of your pieces. With the warlord's pawn on your side, and he captures the warlord's pawn, and you watch as his eyes light up with recognition. As immediately through the magic of this piece, it's just a brief little like aura of magic, and he looks up at you. And Warren, I need you to tell me right now what your character's alignment is.
Oh, yeah, chaotic good. Definitely chaotic. It's gotten more chaotic the longer we've played.
And he pauses and then says, "Sorry, you said your name was Warren?"
Yeah, Warren Grant.
I don't know if that's true necessarily, but I'll take your word for it. Warren, let me just say it's a pleasure to be serving under you. You got a bit of a rich and storied history there, pal.
Wait, hold on. Roll it back a moment there. What do you mean you don't know if that's necessarily true?
I mean, I'm gonna take your word for it there. I mean, I'm not gonna second guess. I just got a hankering that maybe isn't the case, is all.
What hankering did you... What was the one that popped up in your mind, though?
I don't rightly know if I can pronounce it. It's just, and I'm not saying you're telling me a story or feeding me a load or anything. It's not some yarn you're spinning here in the wind or stretching the blanket over my eyes. I'm just saying that I don't know necessarily if I'm 100% on board with Warren Graham, but sure, I'll take your word.
Okay. You got
it was a lot. There was a number in there somewhere. Hey, fellas, you got to try this. And he sort of suggests that the people sit down as well. He says, "I mean, if we're finished here, I mean, I assume that I won the game."
No, yeah, absolutely. We'll be back later for the customary introductory duel, but that when we got more time, of course.
He sort of looks up at the sun in the sky and says, "I think we've got plenty of time now if you want to give me a word."
I mean, well, I mean,
What, Warren? Are you gonna back down?
I look to the rest of the recruits. If y'all got enough time to wait for me to finish so that I can give each of you a turn at this whole thing.
Kiovasan starts to interrupt, and immediately Leon, "You gotta be careful with this one. She's so strict. She will slap you to sleep, and then she'll slap you again for sleeping. We don't have a lot of free time here, but if you're in charge, Warren."
She deserves the respect, though. She's the one who got me here. As long as we got time, though.
Plenty of respect. Did you want to quickly do the little game with all of the people and then do a... Because I'd be receptive to that.
And then do a what?
Just a very quick little duel with Leon to answer the question that you had in your mind.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I I definitely sit down with each person and I answer like any questions they have or clarify anything. The point is to be like kind of uncomfortably transparent. Like things you really didn't want to know about the guy who supposedly is in charge. And the decision.
They know your kinks.
Yeah. They've got lots of questions about your arm and your mantis bud. Yeah.
But just absolutely the quickest way I could think of to lay all the info out there.
Right. It's Yabudia who asks you the tough question, which there's a couple that get floated around, but the first one that you get that really kind of poses a problem is what's the plan with the car? Are we expecting to be attacked?
Oh, okay. I nod a little bit. You're sharp. That's a good question. We're not expecting to be attacked, but we are expecting to talk. Attacking, if you think about it and think about our position, is really, really bad. And it's not their style.
A little after that, Ibira asks you, again, sort of gesturing towards the destroyed rock on the mountain face, if you have any idea what kind of creature around.
The destroyed rock on the mountain face?
Correct, yeah. So they can kind of know what to be prepared for.
Oh, that was just caused by the rock, wasn't it?
Sorry, eating, my apology. There was one of those big giant winged rocks, ROC, that screeched in the middle of the night and then was found torn to shreds at the base of the mountain the following day.
Oh, yeah. I know. No, the incident that caused that is one of the reasons we need people to go out and see what's out there.
And they fire some questions at you for a little while. The biggest one is they're just trying to sort of figure out really who they're reporting to. If Keo Vossen is sort of in charge going forward, then who's higher than that and who's higher.
I take a breath. Hierarchy's always been sort of complicated to me. I think for now, we don't have a lot of structure, but as you know, the paladins are always going to be the face. They're going to be the kind of people that people trust. But Keo is going to be close to your heart as you are all training. Trust her like you would a friend. She'll pass along information up to me, and we'll keep things as it is like that. Although, if I'm around, just come, talk to me. I'll be around a lot. I'm pretty big on personal intervention. And I need to make sure each of you can actually hit me before we go out doing things.
Leon goes, well, bless your pea-picking little heart. That's all we wanted to hear. I hear that, he says, and turn around. If you can't run with the big dogs, y'all stay under the porch. But we're in this together.
Can we bring him with us? Everywhere?
No.
You're starting to remind me of this guy I know from the car.
And then at the very, very end of the conversation, Leon looks at you. What was that talk I heard about a duel? Would that be with you?
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, it's more training than anything, but yeah.
Oh, sure. Do you want me to tie a hand behind my back so it's a fair fight? Because you're all, you got that one squidgy one. Meaning no disrespect there, sir, of course.
I would take this hand over 3 regular hands. It does a lot of cool stuff. And I make it jiggle.
He very clearly has a different understanding of cool than you.
Mm-hmm.
But the two of you sort of like square off, and the guards are watching. They're really more interested in watching you. And Leon drops into a stance that really reminds you of like a barroom brawler. Like he's never had any kind of formal training, but he's gung ho and enthusiastic, and that counts for a lot. Do you make the first move, or do you wait for him?
Absolutely wait for him.
Okay. He waits for a second, like he's not entirely sure, looks at Keo, looks back at you, and then he like rushes towards you, and you have that moment of true, genuine disappointment as you watch it. As he gets closer, you can predict the movements, you can see where he's going to go, you can see every step, and it's with that moment of just resignation you begin to sort of sidestep the attack, and then as you do so, something unusual happens. And you can see very clearly that you're not just fighting Leon, but rather there is a moment where there's like echoes of like 6 or 7 different versions of him that are moving in a way that's so imprecise magically that only you can see it, that are like following behind him like an echo. And it's him like a couple of years older and younger and wiser. One of the versions of him like only has one eye and is scarred up across his face. And as he starts moving past you, they don't slow down. And you have a moment where you raise your weapon as Leon steps past, but you feel like 7 or 8 heavy collisions of like a dozen different weapons just like slam, 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 slam against yours. And Warren, I am not even going to give you a roll. You are knocked flat on your ass by these sudden dozen ghostly phantasms that just slam into you full speed.
I look around in a sort of a minute of panic, wondering like what happened.
He looks the same thing, and he like steps past you and looks down. He goes, I thought you dodged that one. Sorry, let me give you a hand. And he extends an arm to let you up. Pretty sure I missed you there, about.
No, you did. Is that? But I want you to hold on. Just stand there for a second. Give me a moment. Stand there for a second and just give me your best formed swing. Just straight in front. Not at me. Just let me watch.
All right. I can probably do that, he says, and he picks up his sword. He goes, anywhere you want me to aim in particular? These aren't blunted, you know.
That's fine. No. You know what? Here, I'll hold up the shield. I'm not good at this, but just right on here for a second.
He goes, all right. Well, if you if you think that's for the best, then. And he once again like raises the sword. It's very slow. Like he's very very hesitant for sure, and he raises the sword and then like begins to bring it down. It's the same thing that happens where it's this clumsy slow attack, and you know it's just going to bounce off the shield, and it gives you all the time to sort of just like raise it up and deflect it perfectly. And then as the sword hits the shield simultaneously in perfect harmony, you watch as if like 4 more versions of him just like burst out from behind him, and simultaneously each of them is like standing in front of a cannon, and they fire, and you watch as these 4 cannonballs just soar towards you simultaneously, and you like raise your shield, and they're so fast that they are not trapped, and you know that the only reason you can see this is because it is happening in the span. It is happening legitimately for real. It's a real physical thing that's happening as they are appearing out of nowhere using this attack, and then they are gone before the eye can blink. And it's only because you can slow things down to such an incredible degree that you can even perceive what's happening. And there's just that thunderous sound of like multiple cannonballs just smashing into your shield and like fracturing into shrapnel, and then they just vanish into prismatic. And you are pushed back a couple of feet.
So it wasn't him this time.
It was all versions of him, but he seems unaware of it.
Can I do you think I can mentally remember the latest version?
The latest version?
Like the
Yeah,
oldest guy?
Yeah.
I don't know if I completely follow.
So like multiple versions of him hit, but they seem to be different in age.
It's like different mirrored images of him with different variations, but it's so quick that it's almost impossible to perceive any details about them. You can just tell because they're all big, broad-shouldered, blue-skinned tiefling.
So I can't perceive any differences in them. Okay.
It's very quick. And you kind of like skid back a couple of feet and he goes, "Oh, geez, boss, I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Are you going to be all right there?"
I'm barely listening. I just look at him again. I point to one of the other recruits watching. Can you come over here for a second?
Yeah, he's a scrawny little guy, Kadon is, and he's got like a spear that he's sort of been holding in both hands. That is basically topped with nothing but just like a blunted piece of metal at this point in time. It's not sure. And he goes, "Yeah, what? Yes, sir."
Something's going on. I want you to do the same thing. Just swing down on the shield here. There's something happening.
All right, sure. And he says, I mean, and again, I don't want to. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. All right, I'm gonna do it in 3. Okay.
Don't worry, I'll see it.
Okay. 1, 2.
And he does it.
As it slows right down again, you can sort of see the attack coming towards you slowly. And just like you're perceptive this time, you are aware. Can you roll warfare for me?
Oh god, I haven't opened my sheet.
What has happened?
Oh, there it is.
You catch sight of it for a brief moment, and you don't know what to make, because before you can really assess what the heck is happening, you get a leg straight to the side of the head. Because as the spear comes slowly towards you, there is a very fast image of this young boy in like his perfect prime. He looks like he's gone from the version of Captain America that you get like the first movie to like the version that you get in the third movie, where he goes from skinny to buff in like an instant, and he drops the spear in the ground and just roundhouse kicks you across the face. And then like as the second face begins to drop, it just again vanishes in prismatic light. But this time you saw something behind, and it's a person in like a military attire from a different world completely, that is locked in combat with something else, unaware of your presence, that there is an overlap between the planes here, and all you're getting is the echo of somebody else. And the only thing that you can tell is that there's this long, autumn-colored cloak that just flashes across your vision for the briefest moment.
Do I know anything about this in an arcane sense? Is this like an overlaying of the planes, or?
Yeah, you can roll a con for me. This would be high. This would be DC 24.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%. This has Feywild written all over it. That's the kind of magic that has this chaos that can sometimes leak over between the realms. But whatever magic you're seeing here, whoever's in possession of this, is unlike anything you've ever experienced before. There's a lot of similarities between you and whoever this person is. They give you a vibe of being like a military command. But again, they are locked in combat with something different. And instead of you using magic the way that you do in a clumsy way, theirs is precise and has to do more about what could be rather than what is.
I looked a soldier in the eye, or the guy who just threw the spear.
He looks horrified.
Yeah, because that one had a disconnect, didn't it? The shield hit, and then I just got whacked in the head for like
100%.
almost no reason. Okay, all right. Eerie?
You, feeling okay?
There's something wrong.
Yeah, you're not supposed to get hit like that. It was a spear.
It's not... Yeah. There's something going on with I can see different visions of people. I look at the guy and I say, okay, first of all, and I tell him in detail the form of the thing that kicked me in the head and said, do that instead. Secondly, I gotta go take care of business. We'll do it later.
Oh, right. Thanks. Mr. Grant,
Yeah.
weren't you, I feel like this might have been a more impressive thing if, you were as good a fighter as Kyo is.
I give her this slow smile.
She purses her lips a little bit at you, like, yeah.
I mean... And I look over to Kyo.
Scoreboard.
We've never fought before. Saying?
She like comes to your rescue very quickly, and turns to sort of all the new recruits, including Leon, and says, "Warren Grant is just taking it easy on you. He could easily defeat any of you in single combat if he tried." And then looks back at you with like, "There, I helped."
No, there's something happening out here.
Oh, you're experiencing what hard work can do only after a couple of short days.
No, Kyo, I swear. All right, listen. You swing at me.
Warren, I don't think you want that. Besides, I'm gonna practice.
You'll miss, first off, but swing
Oh.
at me. And then I'm gonna get hit after you miss.
She looks at you and says, "I don't know if I follow."
I don't understand the planes, but I see these echoes of... Hey, Eerie, what's the Feywild like?
What a question.
Well, that's a bit of a question.
Wasn't Jarvi messing with some sort of magical anomaly?
And you think that it's causing some kind of issue here is leaking in through the Feywild?
I don't know. That's all...
Here, I have an idea. How about I try and hit you?
Okay. But bring up your tiny little fist or whatever.
And I will try and punch him.
Okay, give me a quick second here. Go ahead and give me just a basic melee attack.
I don't...
Just gotta get my token.
I stand to take the punch intentionally, if
Okay.
possible.
Yeah, I gotta adjust something. Where's my sheet?
He didn't think he'd be in this situation.
Yeah, right?
I don't know what's going on. I'm very
Drag a
confused.
token of yourself over to the battle.
It's got me hooked.
Yeah. Is that the
What?
one from the dream sequence?
No, that's correct. Does 20 hit your AC?
Yeah.
Then you watch as like Eerie flutters towards you and just gives you a little like push, and simultaneously as Eerie does so, you see like 4 or 5 different versions of Eerie like a conjure into reality, their eyes gleaming with like mischievous delight, and all of a sudden you are just blasted with Feywild energy in the same way that you've seen Eerie use before, and you take 10 points of damage.
Yeah, ow! First of all, ow. Second of all, see? What's happening?
And Kyobasan turns to Eerie and says, "Wow, maybe you should be in charge of training our new recruit."
Thanks, I'm pretty strong.
No, it's true. That's fair. It's totally true.
Would I have any kind of like inkling of what's going on?
You don't see anything.
It's just
Only
only
I
Warren
see
knows that
it?
things are going funky.
Yeah. If you, I mean, you've got a very, very high Arcana check. For a very brief moment, it's like you've got that spell of yours that you can kind of create the phantom double of yourself. It almost feels like that's kind of going on, but of course you know you haven't done that, but you sort of feel like you're not as alone as you were a moment ago. But because it happens again so infinitesimally quickly, it is a fraction of a moment that is impossible to pick up as time flows normally.
Right, I only see it because it moves slowly.
I don't know what's going on, but I feel like we need to talk to Javi about this. Because he probably is doing this by accident again.
Right, guy teleported a whole city, and now he's fucking with, I don't know, everything. Does it happen when other people run into each other? It just happened to me.
Kyo's like, Warren, I have no idea what you were talking about, other than if you need to maybe give me back your shield for a little while, to make sure it's getting the respect it deserves. I would understand that.
Actually, hold on. I hand over the shield to her for a second. Hold that up for just a second so I can see something.
She gets into a good position where he goes, it's heavier than I remember. Okay.
Okay, now just don't move. I'm not gonna hurt you or nothing. I'm just gonna swing at the shield. This is not a threatening blow, so let's just see if something weird happens. And I swing at it.
When you say this, like I'm not gonna hurt you, you watch as
That's
her
what I
face
wanted.
like darkens just a little bit, and she says, Warren, Andea so. And then you give her like a little like with your sword, it bonks off the shield.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are we done?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. You helped me learn something.
She turns to the squire and says, all right, show's over. You heard it. We taught Warren something. Like I'm going to teach the rest of you. Let's get back.
No, it's you're not. Kyo, it's. I don't have a pride to be hurt. It doesn't matter what they think right now. We'll deal with that later. There's seriously something really wrong going on.
And that is that.
What'd you
We
say?
will make
That is that.
Javi.
Javi! What?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, but also it's nice because like you kind of know where everybody is at. We're gonna take a quick break after this Javi scene, by the way, really quick, guys. But until we hit that point, it's pretty easy for you guys to see Morgaine, given the fact that he's a half foot taller than the rest of the crowds, and also a robot. And again, even of course, between if it ends up being a situation where like Eerie has to use a sending ritual to contact each other, you guys can meet up very very quickly, and you're about like 800-900 feet away from where Javi would be working kind of through the wreckage. You kind of are tracking down where he would have been previously as the four of you meet back.
Just follow the mess.
We had a lovely chat with Kana.
As we start to arrive, I think. So, Eerie, just quickly, not that I'm worried or nothing, but if we put that on a scale of 1 to 10 of embarrassing, how high would we go?
1 to 10?
Yeah. For me.
Probably like an 8.3.
Oh, God. I'm gonna have to stage a whole battle against all of them at once to make up for it. Things to plan. Hi.
Hi!
How did it go?
Warren made a fool of himself in front of all the new recruits.
It wasn't my fault.
Oh, Warren, it's been one day.
It's not. You wouldn't believe.
Really?
Actually,
The first day of training and Warren's already making a fool of himself?
I got my ass kicked.
You did? How?
Yeah, by future versions of my recruits.
And Kyvis is immediately intrigued. I'm sorry, repeat yourself?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Probably nothing. That's probably all in your... What? Wait. Did your arm consume anything strange last night?
No, but
Any magic mushrooms around the valley?
Did you get a good night's sleep?
None that I ate. Many I wanted to try. I don't know. They swung at me. A version of them, 30 years older and way buffer, kicked the shit out of me. That's what happened.
I also kicked the shit out of him.
That's true. Eerie punched me with it. Does it work now? I bet it won't, just to make fun of me. Eerie, here, punch me.
Eerie flutters over and gives you a little pow on the chest, and
I knew it wouldn't.
Morgane's gonna like go down to Warren really quickly and be like, "It's fine if you're embarrassed. You don't have to make up crazy excuses."
We need to find Javi.
Magic
Buttons.
can't fix everything, Warren.
Fighting's all I've got. If I can't win fights, how am I supposed to lead people?
Okay, well, we are gonna go talk to Javi anyways.
I'd love to hear what happened with Kana. Tell me on the way. It'll help me feel better.
It went well.
I'd say it went really well. I mean, better than I thought.
Yeah, I think we came to an understanding for now, and I don't know. We'll have to see how things treble out from here. But yeah,
Okay. Go for it, Steel.
you guys are able to see both Javi and Zolt working kind of in unison for quite some distance away. I may have deleted all of the stuff that I wrote about this, which is awesome. But Javi and Zolt are sort of sifting there through the rubble, and they've taken a brief pause. Javi's like pulled out a canteen that he's drinking presumably water from, but who fucking knows what. And it's you can see that his eyes are still just glowing with light even from this distance. And as you get closer, he's just sort of talking back and forth with Zolt, who is not looking super good. He's got the burns on his face still. And you get close enough to sort of hear the conversation from a distance where Javi's like, "Is that Berzadic script tattooed on your wrist? Are you a scholar or merely an admirer of the elemental tongue?" And Zolt says, "Neither. It was a title bestowed upon me by the Masters of the Shining Way. I mastered all 3 of the wind stances, but by the end, it took a full month and I could barely walk and most of my ribs were crushed. And the Masters called me the Half-Broken. It's my greatest accomplishment. And that's what's tattooed on my wrist." And Javi nods once and says, "That's very profound, I'm sure." However, it absolutely does not. My Berzadic is a little bit rusty, but I'm fairly sure that translates to owl balloon. And as his face falls and the rest of you turn to see Javi, he puts a hand up excitedly and goes, "Ah, my young lords, come."
Javi shit's fucked up. What happened?
Which part specifically? First of all, I resent the accusation that you think I had anything to do with anything being fucked up, as you said. There have been some ritualist side effects, which I could not have possibly predicted.
Why don't you tell us about some of these side effects? We'd heard something about anomalies.
Kyvius, you know what? A fascinating occurrence has taken place that I would be exceedingly excited to share with somebody of a similar mind like yourself. And he says this in a very slightly miffed way, like he's daring Warren to suggest that he's, not totally blameless. And he says, "Kyvius, in order for the transposition ritual to function, to completely take a vast multitude of individuals safely across the mystical veil that compartmentalizes physical space, it needed to embrace what objects were by their patterns. It needed to recognize people and rocks and objects, and it needed to feel the city. It needed to know the nature of things, you understand? And so it may have also inadvertently scrubbed any pre-existing magical residue that made objects something they normally were not."
Nope.
And he holds up his staff, which was once covered in these glyphs that resonated with Warren and Eerie and Kyvius mystically, and now it's completely devoid of that energy. It looks pathetically like a walking stick that somebody has kind of carved silly symbols in to seem edgy or cool.
So the spell scrubbed Marxia?
That is correct. In order for the ritual to recognize this, he says, holding it up, as a branch, it had to only be a branch and nothing more. I wouldn't call this side effect anti-magic precisely, which is a type of property that has hitherto only been measured and found upon mantles, but it's sort of an arcane cleansing. We were bathed as our heads were submerged within an ocean of ether, and we came out on the other side clean. You haven't noticed this effect on your own possessions?
We've been doing a lot of physical labor recently. We expended ourselves quite thoroughly. I haven't been doing a lot of casting, but I would, in a little bit of a panic, kind of take a closer look at my staff.
One moment here. It seems fine, although you don't know if perhaps you can cast Eldritch Bolt from it.
I suppose I look over to, let's say, a clearing or a field or a tree that is away from other people, and I would just
No, hold on. I've been miffed enough today. Shoot me.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I gotta dodge it to feel better. Or you can hit me. That would help.
Okay.
Knock me out.
You're sure you
What?
want me to shoot you?
Yeah.
With
Come on.
a spell?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Are
put-
you?
I put my
I'm
dukes up.
pretty lost here too right now.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Are you insisting?
Yeah, you've always wanted to anyway.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And I
Nope.
am.
The second that you have the thought, okay, I'll just shoot Warren, the staff does it for you. Just like before, when you tried to lash out at Shay, there's a bolt of black, crackling eldritch energy. You need to take 13 points of damage and make a saving throw for me, please, Warren.
Hell yeah. This is actually what I was really hoping for.
What?
Yeah. I was really hoping the staff would lash out. Alright, okay.
Saving throw is just a d20. You, for a brief moment, feel like a curse beginning to swell up in your soul. And then reflexively, just your arcane magic, really excited white blood cells, just shut that curse down, and you feel yourself fine. That's another 13 points of damage, though, which add that to your initial 10.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But the
For science.
mystical crystal at the end of the staff shudders and shakes again, still just consumed with whatever emotion it's currently.
See, now, at least that was you shooting me and not a version of yourself from the future.
Wait, let me correct you. That was not me shooting you. I didn't finish the
God.
incantation. That was just the staff.
Does your staff hate us, Kyvius?
I mean, it certainly doesn't like to be touched. But I've never had it respond like this before.
It shimmers with light in a way that you take to mean like it's growling, but it can make no sound.
It does seem a little bit angry right now. Everything okay, staff?
Unsurprisingly, it does not respond.
Right. It's done one thing that I'd never seen before today. So could maybe be. I don't. Okay, this is weird. I don't know what this means. Jovi, do you know what this means? No, you wouldn't know. I mean, mate, no. Okay. I'm gonna put this back now.
Zolt says, I think it means that you treat your friends about as well as you treat your enemy, which is good to know.
So, Warren, are you saying that while you were training, inanimate objects were attacking you?
No. I think it's actually completely unrelated.
Javi just jumps on this one. Wait, hang on. Inanimate objects. If so, was it a cloud of daggers? Because that's extremely effective.
No. I would like to know if that's possible. No, I was trying to train or introduce myself to new recruits, but I set them up for a duel, right? Because that's the thing I do. And when they swung at me, I saw in slow motion versions of themselves older and from the future hit me instead. It was pretty brutal.
from the future and the past?
I think they were only exclusively older.
No, there were some younger ones as well. There was a mix, but they all appeared to be like versions of the same person that were more experienced in different ways.
Yeah, no, different versions, you know, and they would all hit me at one time.
Oh,
It was very
shit.
strange looking.
Javi? Do you know what this means?
Javi says, I feel like you're saying that with the assertion that I wouldn't know what this means.
Of course
To which
not.
I'm offended.
No, I certainly didn't intend to offend. I suppose I was saying that with the assertion that I've experienced with but very little understanding in relation to an anomaly like what Warren is describing.
I think it was more an accusation. He didn't think you'd know.
Warren?
It
Stop.
was a little bit.
You
I feel like
can't-
an apology is
You
in order.
can't learn to troll in one session.
I mean, Javi, do you know?
I haven't the foggiest. No, absolutely not. And he tosses what was once a +4 implement staff on the fucking rocks nearby.
So, this is... I mean, I don't... Okay, so here's the only thing. I've got two connections to the Feywild going on right now. What Warren just described is something I've experienced something similar before, very, very deep in a very, very particular place in the Feywild. And I'm not sure if you're aware, Javi, but my staff also happens to be somewhat, let's say, adjunct to the Feywild in a loosely-goosely kind of way.
Which way precisely?
The gem is named Moira's Iris.
Of course, related to the Queen of the Summer Courts. Yes,
Correct.
but it's a jewel taken from her vault, or for example, something that was blessed and given to her as a token from somebody else.
No.
I can only assume that since it was passed along to me by somebody I trust, he would have only acquired it in the most upstanding of ways.
Stole it.
But you're not. Well, first of all, that's a terrible idea. You should never be stealing anything from the Feywild because that's just asking for trouble. They always take what they believe to be due. Also, can I just say really quickly how happy I am that Kaz has a webcam right now? look at that.
Now, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Before anyone had even been teleported here, didn't we run into people from the Feywild who introduced themselves in Highhelm?
Yes, they were emissaries.
Yeah, they congratulated us on our new kingdom before it got here.
They seemed friendly while simultaneously preventing us, or almost preventing us from saving Brannick.
I kind of have a theory to what's going on. Just because of the whole transposition thing, you know how all the realms are kind of layered and mirroring each other, right?
Right.
I think the transposition of all of that area here is kind of causing issues with the other realms.
You think? Oh, so you think it's not just happening in this realm?
Right. Because don't all the realms sort of echo onto each other a little bit?
Yeah, at least the Feywild and the Shadowfell do.
Right.
Very much so, Javi says. We are sort of like the sheet of ice between the sky and the dark depths below.
Okay. That was very poetic and too many large words for me.
Yeah, I always describe it as we're the good part of the sandwich.
Good.
But
No,
his sounds way better. See, Javi, you're so much better describing this to other people than I am.
So
That's my apology. Did you hear it? That's my apology. I want him to like me.
if you're not causing this, what is it? Another magical anomaly going on out here?
I really couldn't tell you, Javi says, and he sort of like has reached into a pocket and has dumped out just a whole bunch of magical knickknacks and gewgaws, flasks and potions and little spinny sticks and stuff that just kind of collapse to the ground. He says, And again, all of your magical possessions still function, it looks like, yes?
You,
Do any of us, so anything not tied to the Feywild that we own, do we have any? Oh, I've got something that's, let me try this, and I'm going to pull my hood up.
Okay.
Right?
So, yeah, absolutely. You very clearly can tell that people look upon you with just sort of like gazes where they're trying to remember your physical features and cannot. You can tell that it's clearly functional.
Oh, okay, pull the hood down. Okay, that appears, it seems like my cloak is still working. So our
I
magic...
well,
can help
lucky
test this
you.
as well.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
And
Oh,
Morgan-
boy, he hates me again.
Morgane's gonna talk really loudly to test if the helm works.
What do you say?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
The entire valley stops as your voice echoes for miles. Testing 1, 2, as it just reverberates throughout the entire kingdom. People all stop what they're doing and wait.
Please ignore this was a test message.
the emergency broadcast system.
Yeah. Slowly, people get back to doing what they're doing, shaking their head.
No, if I had anything magical other than what's on my head, I'd check. Sort of running low. Oh well, the Kyo's shield still works, so there's that.
Well, in other matters, not to change the subject too much, but I did want to say that I was hoping that we would be able to salvage enough that there wouldn't be any need for reliance upon a Foundling stone, and there is unfortunately no luck on that. I don't suppose you all think that His Majesty's death is going to have one plummeting down from the heavens anytime soon.
You know, he was pretty great there near the end, especially. Is there sort of like time limit on that?
I mean, do we kind of spoke of a Foundling stone with Vale, and he seemed to believe if we used... Did we ever pick up the harp? Did anyone?
Vale still got it.
Oh, okay.
He keeps the loom with him.
He seemed to think that there was a... an item that he called the loom. He seemed to think that we could do any kind of reconstruction without the use of a Foundling stone.
He nods when he says, "No, I've seen that, the golden harp with the crystal etched into it. Yes, he left it in just the middle of a field for a few days there. Nobody ever took it, and so he just."
Yeah, they can't take it. I don't think most of us could touch it.
Or I know what mantles are.
Yeah, but you said it like you didn't.
It's been a trying few days. On one hand, my life's work seeing fruition. On the other hand, back to square one. So,
Have you walked by any reflective surfaces lately?
he glances over to Zolt, who immediately pulls out like big chunks of like mirror and glass and metal that they've been and just sort of holds one up.
Do you know what's currently happening with your eyes?
You look cool.
Yeah, he looks at it in the mirror and goes, "Oh, how about that?" And then back to the rest of it.
Okay.
Do I look dashing?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The effect is pretty striking. I just was.
Did you want to look exactly like a stereotypical starting to get at the edge of his younger years wizard? Because you've nailed it.
You are all doing a wonderful job right now, I have to say, being the leaders of this. Is there something you wanted other to inquire about?
Yeah.
Warren being beaten up by Phantasm Fae?
They told us there was an anomaly going on out here, or magical stuff happening with you. Brannick told us to come out here.
Well, respectfully, Caslin wouldn't know magic if it bit him on his tit, and there's nothing
True.
more going on here than what I have gratuitously demonstrated to be the most powerful ritual ever seen upon this island. You're welcome, thank you. And also the unintended consequences of unpredictable magic of that caliber.
Right, the stripping of the magic from various items. Do you think that energy remained at... I mean, that energy had to go somewhere, right? Do you think that energy remained at the source location, or do you think it traveled along with us?
I honestly couldn't even begin to speculate.
It's just interesting because, well, I mean, it was quite a spell, and it was quite a lot of transposing and pulling through. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly probably going to be some side effects that we're going to have to work through. If you wouldn't mind keeping us appraised of anything you find out, and maybe, I mean, Warren, did you say it was happening all over the training field where Kiovosin was? You know, it's happening to
No,
all
it only happened to me.
Okay, he might just be, making all of this. He might have had some weird mushrooms last night, Jovi, we don't know. So, I mean, we'll see. But if you could keep us surprised of anything else you hear, or let us know how we can help, this might be something we want to keep an eye on.
I will do my best, although I did want to remind you that, I like all of you, and Morgaine, of course, well enough, but there's too much out there in the vastness for me to anchor myself here for the rest of my life, focusing on cantrips to purify salt and counteract drought. So just a quick reminder that I'm not staying here too much longer. So the whole keep an eye on things, and he points to your chest, Kybius, that is firmly in your camps, all of you.
Right.
Well, absolutely, and getting us on our feet, we
Well, you'd
appreciate
still
all the help
call,
you've offered.
right? Like, we're never gonna hear from you again. Still want to hear what you're up to.
Certainly, if the planes permit it, I certainly shall.
Yeah, because like someone's got to keep a record of what you do.
Yeah, you get to be in our history book, so that would be cool.
Other people
Fascinating,
should
thank
know,
you.
Yeah, other people should know about your deeds.
Yeah, lots of people have disappeared trying to chase transposition magic. Bloop.
Also, I feel we blame you for a lot of things, so knowing what you're doing might help minimize that.
No, I appreciate what I assume to be a friendly response, but I've got my eyes set on Oerth, and the sooner that I can continue my travels, I think the happier I'll be. Have you all, Kyvius, you in particular, have you thought at all about what your personal contributions are going to be to this project once I'm gone?
Oh yeah, that's what we came here for. Yeah, we could use help with what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah, that's kind of why we came here.
Yeah, that's the one.
He says, fundamentally, the answer to that question is entirely different depending on whether or not we can acquire a Foundling Stone. If we can, things will be much more straight.
I mean, there's a lot of them we could... Well, there's not that many
A
of
lot
them,
of them? Really?
Well, a lot of them that have been deactivated, but active ones, I don't know.
Would we? I mean, a deactivated Foundling Stone, would we be able to reactivate it?
Javi shakes his head. Not deactivated, drained of energy by the ritual that Memnon himself uses to spread the sands.
Yeah, that... I was pretty sure... I've never heard of one being re-energized after it's been taken that way.
Well, and then to take an active Foundling Stone from an existing location is, I mean, pretty much as we saw in that in Iron Chef. Where were we?
Iron Gas.
Yeah, in Iron Gas, it's. I mean, the potential death of a city. Would there be a place for us to acquire a Foundling Stone safely that you know of, Javi?
Javi takes a breath and says, do you know exactly what they are just yet?
I was told they're basically chunks of space rock, and I start to laugh.
That's
They appear
not-
after heroes die.
That's neither of those things is inaccurate, yes. So, as I've, again, gratuitously demonstrated, powerful enough magic has unpredictable consequences. In the case of the Howl, it's done something rather irregular about the passage of life and death. Because whatever you might personally believe awaits us, the common understanding is that the Raven Queen requires one last service of us before we truly pass on to the other side. And that service is to mend the patchwork quilt in the stars as our essence rises and passes through it. You're familiar with this mythology?
Little?
Not much, no. Not much one from religion myself.
It's a constellation known as the patchwork quilt. I imagine none of you were probably born under that sign, or you'd feel a closer kinship to it. But when we die, our souls, again, pass through it like a needle and thread through the constellation. And it weaves our essence through that, helping the goddess of death keep reality and the cosmos mended. And I don't know if I personally believe that, but researching matters of cosmos unraveling isn't exactly the sort of light reading that I personally enjoy. So
Like,
the Howl affects the journey in some manner. In the turbulent arcane storm above us, the spirit becomes lost, perhaps torn to tatters. But particularly stubborn souls, people who have proven they can swim against the current in life, or foundlings, if you wish to be very spot on about it, they tend to do so in death as well. They swim against the current. They become lost up there for days or months, sometimes even years. And as the residium and the raw arcane energy of the storm attaches to their spirit, like you might get covered with snow in a blizzard, eventually it hardens and becomes too heavy for the soul to continue their battle against the Howl. And Foundling stones, these captured echoes of great people, have been entrapped in pure astral chrysalis and fall.
Huh. So it is completely matter of fact as to the commonly spread. That's a first.
and that would also explain their rarity.
There's not a lot of people who fit that definition.
And it also seems like we couldn't determine, say, a location where they would fall consistently.
That is quite right. They are just as likely to fall in the cards anywhere else, and it doesn't seem like it's in the cards anytime soon. So we are going to have to, and like I said, nor is it going to be in the cards for me to be taking charge of these matters.
Right.
Of course. Foundling stone on the docket. I don't think one will be falling. I
mean, the alternative... the alternative is actually to pull exactly what the Bonds Mages did, but just a little more ethically. If we can, if one of these towns that has one is under the same oppressive conditions that Irongast was, we can go to it, we can bring their populace here, and we can bring their Foundling Stone here.
Couldn't we just steal High Helms?
Or... yeah, I wouldn't feel guilty about that at all.
That is a fine maneuver, but time is limited in that respect. We would have to make our way back to High Elm and then somehow transport a crystal before it was sun. I imagine we only have days in that matter. As soon as there is complete stability in the city, and they have all agreed to follow the rule of the Ka, essentially, then the stone will be drained and sundered.
Right.
Yeah.
As the final step of the allegiance.
And any surrounding in other cities around the Orderlands will probably follow pretty quickly.
Yep. I've no doubt about that.
Fred.
Other ones on fringe cities might not be as bad of a take, though. I just don't know how we'd get there and back.
Right.
I know it's not your job anymore, Javi, and you've done enough. Would you be able to at least teach us the portal spell that you used? And
So we
I
can
don't
get
know
there
how...
and back more easily?
Listen, I'm being the idea guy here. I don't know how any of this magic stuff works, but if we could, I know the Foundling Stones have a lot of energy in them. Can we use them to teleport cities back into here?
Well, the only thing I would be concerned about there is, well, I think there's two things to note there. First, we've already established that transposition may have some unintended side effects on magical objects, and we can't necessarily control it. But we also have a way in and out of High Helm pretty instantaneously without using transposition magic.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I just don't know. Can we bring the stone with us? Isn't it pretty big? Are we gonna pick it up?
Can Neri shrink it?
That's
The
a lot
Foundling
of...
Stone, because they are sentient in a lot of ways, tend to be resistant to most types of standard magic.
How large are they usually?
Well, they vary. The one that operates High Helm is, and he purses his lips a little and goes, very much larger than you are probably anticipating. Iolus Ashtongue I was a man of magnanimous talent, and the Foundling Stone, which is kept beneath the capital city, beneath the hidden vaults, is less a stone and more a room.
Yeah.
Scratch that off the list.
That doesn't
Yeah.
sound like it's going to be a possibility for us. Although, god damn, that kind of source of power for the car really, really grates my gills.
You see Javi's eyes light up for a split. I don't mean to interrupt you, Yuri, but he goes, yes, but there's so many possibilities there. I mean, in fact, if we're treating these things like a sentient, communicable entity, which they are, then you wouldn't even need to bring the entirety of the stone. Just the, you know what? I'm, I am also just the idea man. I'm taking a step back from this is your show.
Well, Ashtongue the Third basically took the essence of one and shrunk it down small enough to be in a hammer, but it was still the entire stone. It still functioned like one.
Very
Same
true.
ideas should be possible.
So if we went to High Helm and asked it nicely to come along and fuck the cob, maybe it comes with.
Come with us and yeah, because okay, things went wrong in Iron for me, but I did get a sense that the thing that was in the stone I was talking to, there was a being there who communed with me. He didn't like me, but there's definitely somebody in there.
So-
You guys
So we-
remember.
So we go to High Helm, find the stone,
talk
and
to it.
talk to it to come back with us? I don't see anything wrong with this. Let's go.
Isn't it sort of like...
Does anybody know where the stone is?
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't it buried deep and hidden?
Hey,
sort
well,
of?
he said it was below the vaults.
Oh, right. How deep, Javi, is the deepest Titan's Gate connected? Because that one in High Helm goes pretty low, doesn't it?
Javi nods in agreement. He says, to my understanding, yes, although we never did manage to understand how to access the Titans.
That's
But-
fine. We can teleport through it.
There is a slight hitch to that plan, which is be aware that it is, of course, guarded, as all things worth
Right.
worth taking in High Helm are. The essence of the first king himself is rather resistant to the stone being manipulated.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
it's us or dispersal with the car. I think we're gonna be able to make a pretty decent argument. No.
You're likely correct.
We could at least talk to him. I assume it's a judgment scenario where he would rather die than go into someone that would misuse him, is my guess. Or it. Do we describe Foundling Stones as them?
Does it have
They're
pronouns?
really more- Not so much. It is sort of the expression of a soul beyond a body, and they don't see the world the same way. You perhaps may be familiar with like the elemental lords of the various planes demanding trial by combat for anyone seeking a boon. It's sort of like that, but less obnoxious.
So they won't
Wow.
talk shit about us.
What a reference.
I'm sorry, that question again?
They weren't going to talk shit about us after?
Oh, well, you'll probably have it in your pocket, so, what are they going to do about it?
So we won't have to bring like a vessel or anything. If it decides it wants to come along, it will break a part of itself off?
I have never in the entirety of my life seen whatever you were describing occur, and I imagine you'll be able to figure it out as it.
I
Kyvius,
mean,
You know how we do.
if you would like to discuss this plan further, or perhaps look into some rituals before I depart this place, you of course know that you have my door, and he sort of taps a nearby fallen doorway with his foot a couple of times at any point in time. Or you can leave a message with my apprentice here, who he glances over at, who just stutters out a very confused response.
I will most certainly be stopping by. As you know, I've always appreciated your wisdom, and I would appreciate it even more now with the task we have ahead of us.
I want to know how to shoot fireworks.
That, Warren, doesn't surprise me. Uh, I had selected a set of rituals that I thought perhaps would be relevant to all of you, ranging from Mordenkainen's Junction, and of course for you, a little spell that makes words appear on a page or get hidden. I'm glad I was on the right path. But I do have to get back to work.
We'll put the rituals on the list and come back later.
Sure. Well, okay.
But what are we doing now?
Well, right now we're going to take a 8-minute break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you guys back at 10-2. Poor Cass. All right, I'll see you guys in a few.
All right.
Hey, I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome.
God, so much for Morgaine having shitty will stats. What are you at now?
19.
That's holy God.
Jesus. How did you get 19 will?
So
Oh no, I have 18. That's not bad.
one from the helmet, one from the Warforged, one from the thing Shay gave me, and then I
think it was
think one
two
from
from Shay.
Fighter. Or 2. Yeah, I think it was 2
Yeah.
from Shay.
I think it's 2 from Shay, 1 from Fighter, 1 from the helmet. I don't think Warforged gives you one.
They might.
I don't
Because
know.
I think Shay was 1 and the Warforged isn't.
Maybe. Pretty good, though. Got that reflex, though.
Yeah, Warforged Mind. You have a +1 racial bonus.
Let me just mark off 2 healing surges.
Realistically, guys, we have an hour and a half to go tonight. Will that be cool with everybody?
That's only 30 minutes past end time.
Only
Yeah.
if you promise to do the daily with me after.
Oh, yeah, 100%, dude.
Understand that when Steele says an hour and a half, that is 2
It's
to
true.
2.5 hours.
I could mean 2.5. I don't know about this one.
We'll find out.
Go until we get to Hewitt.
Well,
I thought
he
he
was
was-
a gnome.
He was one of the Fae beating on Wild.
That's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
then he's Wild's
Oh,
best
We
friend.
have to figure out how to pull him out of the Feywild.
To add extra to that scene, I just wanted to say that after squaring up for multiple duels, whenever I'm leaving and rushing off, I insist one of them give me a weapon because I still don't have one. Before I run off.
That is good to know. Weapons are fairly poor quality here right now, but you can get like either a -1 weapon of whatever the fuck you want, or like a standard short sword. I would say.
Standard short sword.
Yeah, definitely just a regular. I only have one power that actually uses the weapon stats.
Yeah.
So next time we're in Epitaph, we're leaving with bundles.
We did that last time. It didn't go so well.
I still
Yeah.
have my 2.
Well, everything that I took blew up when the rust monster fucking nommed it all.
We need that the unbreakable trait is so important to us.
All right. Do we have Claire back and
Yeah.
okay.
You know the whole thing.
Benji?
I'm here. Oh, I forgot to uncap. I'm here. I'm
Oh,
back.
I'm still coming
Sorry.
to terms with how pale I am. This is
No, it's cool.
Well, the thing is about cameras is they have a lot of settings, so you can actually be as pale as you feel like.
And I just got back from Mexico, so I am the color of sunburned.
See, look, now you're extra pale. Whitewash.
So,
Before we start, may I ask a technical question?
yeah, please.
So I like there's a level associated with rituals, and I wasn't really paying attention to it before, but several of the rituals I knew before I was at the corresponding level.
Correct.
Are we ignoring level, or should I be paying attention to level when I'm like thinking, hey, I would love to ask Javi about this?
Rituals can have their level completely ignored wholeheartedly. The only thing to be aware of is that if the level is half yours, then you have that whole you can just pay with the healing surge as opposed to ritual.
Gotcha.
Which will list in the bottom of every ritual. But beyond that, no. If you're like, hey, Javi, teach me time stop, if he knows that ritual, then yeah, you could learn it.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe not a great example.
It's not a ritual.
Yeah.
The half level thing is also why Warren gets little spells like make a light dance.
Yeah, there's other reasons for it too. Whoa, God. But that's the main thing.
What just happened?
Sorry,
sorry.
Warren and Cass.
We were. It was just like we're drifting away on a boat.
I'm gonna shut up now because that night, I imagine the 4 of you and Saigar all sort of get back to your your abode. Siger doesn't stay very long. He gobbles down a chunk of gourd, mumbles something about how he doesn't trust this magic fruit, and then goes off to run the perimeter run.
He's Batman. He's out of here.
Yeah, let's be honest. We know what Ash would do in this situation. He goes full Batman.
Yeah.
Does he put on his eye makeup and cowl to hide his face?
And nippled skin suit.
Did you know the word coal, or the word cowl rather, comes from the word kohl, as in Kohl, as the dark mascara that warriors used to put under. Now you know.
Thank you.
Knowledge
Steve.
is power.
The four of you get back to your abode, which I imagine as you walk up for a brief moment, you see shimmering into existence once more the sign that says "Song Read" dangling off the side of the house before it vanishes 5 minutes later as you guys go.
That was a nice sign, Eerie. Well done.
Want to see me do it again?
I mean, we don't have a sign now, so I suppose the answer's yes.
Bam.
And it's pretty threadbare inside. There's a single table, a couple of chairs that look like they still have sawdust on it, even though it's been dusted. And people who are sensitive sinuses, this whole place just smells like freshly cut wood. But it's nice. There's still lots of inside sanding to be done, where it's a lot of interior is very, very rough wood. There's a little note that's on the table that has been sort of placed under a nice unbroken glass. Just like the kind of something that would swig brandy from. That is a note from Brannick that says, he found this, thought Siger would like it. Also, please keep your voices down because Leaf's bedtime is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she is sleeping right now. And if you need them to leave, they will. But they're down at the end of the hall.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they were staying here.
Which
Yeah.
one?
On the basement level, there's 4 bedrooms, and there's 2 in the upstairs sort of loft area that are 2 larger bedrooms.
When Morgaine comes in, does it just sound...
It's okay. The floors on the bottom level are
Yeah, probably,
stone.
but
Okay.
you can't help it. Don't war shame him.
I'm...
He will try to be extra quiet, so we'll be like,
Yeah. Yeah. He shuffles, which is a weird thing to watch.
because it's metal, it's almost like, a planer across the floorboards. So it's little
Oh, that's
rolls
the
of
sanding.
wood. Yeah.
Sanded, yeah.
Or make it worse. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably pretty jagged.
And the 4 of you are left alone.
You guys deserve probably some sleep at some point here.
It's going to be the nicest sleep we've had in a week. What did you think about what Jovi said, though? I mean, I know we had talked about potentially exploring some of the valley and making sure it was safe, but Jovi seems insistent that we need a Foundling stone for this place, whereas Vale seemed to imply that we didn't. Do we think we're... What's your
It
thoughts?
might be just how Javi's taught, right? That's the common knowledge is you have a city, you have a Foundling stone. That's just how it's always been. Maybe stuck in his old ways.
Things are
Sorry.
harder. I was going to say things are harder without them. Epitaph doesn't have one, right?
Epitaph does not, but they also don't have things. Oh no, that's not true. My apologies. Let me rephrase. Epitaph does have a Foundling stone. It is hidden somewhere out in the middle of the fucking jungle, and they only bring it back for special important things. There is a treasure map that leads to it that, for example, was tattooed on Fable.
Right.
But they don't have a Foundling stone in the middle of city, so they don't use it to have things like running water, for example, and plumbing is all done through a Foundling stone that has basically magic technology that comes as part of it.
Yeah.
So, my understanding is the Foundling Stone, if we could get one, it'd make life easier, but not impossible without one. We'd need to work a little harder and maybe struggle for
A lot harder.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
I think, and I mean, let's be honest here. This place needs a lot of work. We're asking quite a lot of the people we've brought along with us. I think making it easier should certainly be a priority, but I think our priority changes when we think about the car tapping into the energy of that stone as well, given it's as powerful, if it's as powerful as Jovi says it is.
Yeah, that was actually, I was going to say, that's my main motivation, actually, is I'd be interested in taking that from them. Like, let's say it can't come back with us, right? Like, it just won't come back with us.
What if it doesn't agree? What if somehow it got disabled again, like in Iron Gas?
Yeah, but even if that happens, at least we'll be there. You know, maybe we can. I don't know how to destroy them, but if it rejects us, we could still maybe think of a way to keep it from the car. I'd rather than not have it. I'd like Fandon to just lose outright in this whole deal, you know? No people, no stone, nothing.
I couldn't really get a good gauge on him, but do you think we could even take Fandon if he shows up?
If he's alone, yes. If he's got people, I
He
don't
hit
know.
you pretty hard on the way out, Warren. Did you see what his armor did? It kind of like came to life and fought for him.
Well, who do you know that can just walk past me?
I mean, no, he's certainly strong. I mean, I'd be worried about him if he wasn't by himself. If he brought his men or a couple people, I'd be pretty concerned, but alone, he'd be doable. Fandon doesn't strike me as the kind of guy to come by himself, though.
Do you think, well, it's tough, because we could probably get close to the Foundling Stone using the gates, but who knows if they would think that would be our like we would jump there so quickly. I don't know. I'm not good with the strategy. I tend to just, go.
Huh.
It'd be ideal if we had a way to sort of cause a distraction. Something not to turn their eye to. To take
What about Epitaph? Are they at risk?
I don't know. Because when they were going to be at war with the car, yeah, absolutely. Or sorry, when they were going to be at war with High Helm, then yeah, absolutely, because they're directly in the path. But now that the car have just taken over High Helm, of course Epitaph's at risk. I just don't know how soon.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, from a strategy standpoint, it's an interesting problem for the car when you think about it, because they're heavily reliant on Epitaph for to fuel for how they advance in strategy. They use that ageless blood in their rituals, so they require a steady stream of that from Epitaph. Disrupting that whatsoever would certainly be painful to their plans. Really, the only way they could go about assaulting Epitaph is from the inside, which, come to think of it, it's highly unlikely they're not already infiltrated in some way.
Well, Karna's group was there pretty unimpeded. Yeah. I doubt there'd be that much of an issue.
Well, I mean, it's a symbiotic relationship, though, because the funds that come from the car certainly do well for Epitaph. So you can imagine they would welcome them as buyers. They don't, obviously they don't reject them, but that is one interesting situation.
I think at a high level view, we should probably start talking with everyone and figuring out where the lines are drawn here.
Not to mention,
like, if we move into High Helm and take the stone, right, that's just us basically throwing the middle bird to the Caw with no reservation. It's doubtful we talk to him very much after that.
Not just the car. If you think about it, we're assaulting kind of the center of the Orderlands itself. It would behoove us to reach out, at least at a political level, to other entities in the Orderlands to let them know that we aren't a threat to them. Actually, it might be in our best interest to, I mean, if it's possible, to undertake this entirely. I mean, I hate to say it, but the best way to achieve this is to have nobody recognize us and leave no witnesses.
I'm not going to murder innocent people, but I
Well,
don't think you're insinuating that.
That is correct. I am not Saigar.
Just making sure. We've had this happen before. I don't want Battered Edge to ever happen again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think things with the car are going to be tense for a bit with that, regardless.
Yeah. No, that's true. No,
That was a
and
pretty big slight.
given it's true, but you know, it's interesting when talking about alliances, especially with how little infrastructure we have at this time. We have quite an excellent relationship with Epitaph.
Yeah, they're pretty good people too. They were willing to fight off the car for us to protect that corpse. Remember, the Asian spotty?
Yeah.
We told them not to do it, but they still offered.
Yep.
Pretty
And
deal.
we'd certainly not let them get rolled over by anyone.
No. They're gonna be.
We can reach out to them. Do they have any formal governance? I don't know. Like, it seemed pretty loosey-goosey when we were there, Warren.
A little bit, you know, it is pretty loose. There's a lot of respect given to the hunters. I think the only thing is that there's sort of a divide, you know. That's their home. They've made it their home for a long time. It is pretty loose, though. In fact, we are technically very high up their government now, basically. After what happened.
I don't want to take anyone. You know, I don't think we should be walking over and taking any land unless people want to join us, sure, but I don't know. I don't think we can be the Ka, right? Like, we can't just walk into Epitaph and say, this is ours now. I don't want us to operate by that, because then we're just doing the same thing again.
No, it's true. But
I think we can be friends and, you know, protect our friends and tell the world that if you mess with our friends, bad things happen, but that's about it.
But are we in agreement that as far as our immediate next steps go, especially given how we have days and not weeks, that securing High Helm's Foundling Stone is our highest priority?
I think it goes a long way.
Also, just as a sort of thing to think about, Epitaph might sort of be I don't know. There might be some sort of trade possible with Epitaph and their stone they don't use much.
Well, we'd have to figure out what that is, because I'm not sure what we can trade yet. The land seems like it has everything, but, you know,
Well,
we need to figure out what they need.
We're not exactly producing anything. Yeah, no, I know what
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
the only thing we could offer is sort of protection, but even then, not that much.
Well, this is a lot. Should we figure out what each of us is doing in this, then?
Yep,
Seems like it, yeah.
might be important. We were supposed to talk to Jovi about that, but
Yeah, well,
we got sidetracked.
Hey, Saigar, you want to be
Think
treasurer?
it's safer us to figure out on our own.
Yeah, I think that. You know what? You might be right. I might have missed that. I was embarrassed.
I think I will speak for the room where I say, Warren, you're in charge of all warfare, because none of us match you in that. It's your passion.
And
I mean,
raise your hand if you think Saigar should be in charge of the coin, because I still think he spent all that money and he's still rich.
I think Saigon might have more personal wealth than the rest of our nation right now.
Pretty much. I think we're going to be
Also-
taking a sizable loan out of Saigar's pockets.
I think he'll also know how to deal with money. I've never been good at that. Sort of just picked up things as I went along.
I think, yeah, no, he should take it. It shouldn't go in my hands. I was in debt for most of my time on Epitaph.
I believe
I don't
you
have any money.
still might be in debt to the bonds mages?
No, that got sort of handled a little bit.
Okay.
Although they might be a good resource we should not forget to tap into later. But we're talking about roles.
Jansimos does owe us a favor.
Yeah.
So I think Zygar for treasury is good. We'll talk to him when he gets back.
Yeah.
I don't know. He sort of ran off into the night, so maybe
Zygar
tomorrow.
has had some difficulty here recently because now that all the nobles have been sort of recognizing the people who have brought them here, nobody fucking knows Warren in the noble cast. Nobody knows Kyvius in the noble cast, but everybody does know Oberon Glaren and House Glaren as well. Same thing. His now that his father and the Lord Glaren household is aware that Saigar is related somehow to a lot of you, he has been under some serious scrutiny in terms of like what this means for his noble house, and he's been kind of just steering clear of the whole thing. You can tell there's a lot of not just frustration and anger, but like a genuine uncertainty of how to proceed forward from here now that he has been confronted so heavily with his past thrust upon him here a second time, where the conversation is kind of like, well, obviously we'll put Saigar in charge of like, money and nobles and stuff, and that's something that he has spent his whole life trying to get away from, despite the fact that he's the most qualified to do so. He's very, very much between a rock and a hard place here, where he wants to do what he can to help, but he has always abhorred that life.
I mean, sort of gives him the opportunity to change the way it's done.
He seemed pretty insistent on the kind of non-caste structures he wanted to enforce.
Yeah.
He's going to have a rough time of it, though. I mean, when you think about it, he doesn't like nobles. He is a noble. He'd be in charge of making sure there were no nobles. He's going to have a rough time.
Yeah, but I mean, most of what I think we stand for sort of goes against the grain a little bit. Like, you're saying put me in charge of warfare, which I'm cool with and I want to do. It's just a lot of what I'm planning to do is pretty counteractive to what the Orderlands are from and how they see things.
I don't think
Like,
I don't think templating the Orderlands is anything that we should be doing here, given how easily they were able to be infiltrated. I mean, so I think here's the thing. I am, and all of us are, the culmination of the mistakes that we've made that guide the future decisions that we make. We're not going to get this right on the first time. We're going to make a myriad of mistakes, and the best thing that we can do is exactly what Morgaine said, which is we've got to look at the peaks and we've got to look at the valleys. And when we hit a valley, we have to make sure we look at it and we go, hey, let's not do that again. How do we fix it? I think that is stricture to live by, because the only way we've got... I mean, the only thing we can hope is that we have a combined wisdom that doesn't put us in the same place that High Helm ended up. But I don't think we should be looking to them as a template.
We came here to do something different.
Yeah. No, that's
Why
what
don't
I'm
we
saying.
do something different?
Yeah. Why I think it should work for Saigar, because he stands so against where he came from. Backlash is only natural, but
And that's sort of why I would trust you with, and what may be an army one day. is I don't think you will breed soldiers. You will breed heroes. People that, if we ever do wrong, will be the first ones to stand up against us.
You know, sort of the cool part about getting my ass kicked by those visions was, I know this don't make any sense to any of you, but it was like I got to see the potential of them, you know, sort of in the future. It makes me want to find that, you know, in the people I met. And to kick their ass, you know, to make up for it. But also the potential.
Okay, so that we can probably consider those two things rather settled. No.
Yeah, I would think.
Now the hard
Good
ones.
Right.
What are the other ones we would need?
Who's in charge?
Yeah, that's the sort of the big one. The big,
Yeah.
you know,
Who's the face?
big speaker guy.
Well, that obviously has to be Morgaine after the other day.
I'm going to be honest. That's kind of my vote as well.
Yeah, but song read.
It has.
I think
It has
it's
nice syllables.
yeah. I think it's kind of grown on us, Morgaine.
I don't do speeches. You know, like I talk, but I've never been good at talking to people with grand, I don't know.
I kind of find it sort of poetically amazing. If you thought about, like, Warforged, right? Up in charge? That's pretty crazy to me. I think that's why I'm into it.
But that's also a good point. There'd be a Warforged. These people don't care about Warforged.
It's good practice.
But can you imagine what kind of... First off, can you imagine what kind of statement that makes? In the car, Warforged are what? Property?
Worse?
These people... Yeah, slavery? Like, it's quite a statement for our new nation to be putting a Warforged in charge and saying, this is how much we care about it.
And I mean, our message is that we want to do things different, you know? Sure, it's a forge today, but what about when we're like, hey guys, we're going to bring core citizens into the city. You know, that's going to be hell when that probably happens. There'll be something close to civil war, so it's good practice, I think.
Probably if Karna's willing, that'd be a good role for her to bridge.
And it's not like you have to do it alone. I mean, we're all working together on this, but, you know, like I said the other day, a week ago, I just kind of feel like you're the heart of this group. I feel like making you the heart of the nation kind of just fits for me.
You've never been good with words, but I think it's because what you do always speaks a lot louder.
My God, ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's
always
not just
have.
the helmet.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to just be words, Morgaine. You speak pretty loudly with your actions.
Yeah, true.
Apparently, I can also just speak loud.
That's, you know, you and Connor good at shouting matches.
Well, I'll give it a shot, but you know, if it goes badly, we can always shift things around, right? Like it's not
Nope, we're locked in. No changes.
I
No
do have,
takebacks.
if we are doing this, and I'm still hesitant, but you know, I'll believe in you. I refuse to be called king, so we need to figure out a title that best represents who we want to become.
Emperor of the universe.
No.
Sounds about right.
Ultimate overlord.
Why?
The supreme iron god.
Please stop.
You need a
Cord
cake for
2.
that title. Cord 2. Don't tempt him. I'm scared one day he's gonna come down. I don't know, like the heart of the people, the voice of the people, the metal guy.
Let's just call it the voice. I mean, it fits with that helmet that you've got. I mean, yes, it's a slightly ironic name, but if we just say that, oh, you have a king, oh, you have a prime minister, or you have a cardi blah blah blah, we have a voice.
I like that.
Yeah. The brave lands go by. Oh, they call them elders. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not nearly wise enough. I just sort of hit things.
But you also save a lot of things from being hit. And
Yeah.
you know the time and the place for both of those things.
Well, I guess if we're doing it, I should warn you, the type of vision I have isn't going to be an easy one.
Yeah, you're pretty unyielding. But we kind of like that about you.
It's hard for me to explain, like 10 years ago, after I met most of you, I spent a lot of my time on Epitaph expecting to meet all of you again, and I had hopes that I would be strong enough to protect the future I knew that you guys would make, and having Morgaine in the center guiding it feels the most right. So it's hard for me to see it another way.
Okay,
So we all agreed?
I guess.
I cannot wait for your first public problem.
He's like, oh god, I have to make another speech, and his forged, little flames go dilate.
He somehow starts sweating. It's weird.
Randomly develops sweat glands? No, guys, it's just condensation, I swear.
It's hot in here. Is it hot in here?
What's left then?
Somebody to oversee the kind of intellectual pursuits.
development of the nations.
Right.
Yeah, the stuff we didn't even have an epitaph.
And I'd certainly like to put my name forth for that position, but I also feel like Eerie would be an excellent candidate as well. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Eerie?
I mean, it really depends on how we want to go about this.
So, a thing to keep in mind too is whoever isn't right, like whoever doesn't take it, the person who isn't teaching is in a position of being outside of the eyes of the public. You'll get to do things sort of in the background. Less responsibility and things. Just, figured I'd mention, I like less responsibility. Shouldn't be saying that leading armies. I'll stop.
For what it's worth, I mean, if there's no rules that say a dog can't play basketball, if Eerie and Kyvius decided there's something that they were both equally suited for, you guys can, I can adjust with whatever the truth of you guys, your part.
You mean like...
Do you want to tag team the role?
Yeah.
We could do that.
That works.
I don't know. I mean, the description on the Thane could kind of sort of fit for Kyvius pretty well, though. Just the whole chaotic, unreliable, or prone to mischief.
Yeah,
It
that
is
doesn't sound like eerie at all.
Oh no, I guess okay. You're right. No, yeah, okay. Probably more eerie than me. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we could split it.
I mean, that'd be. If that's a thing, I feel like it'd be kind of fun because you both are a little bit like different viewpoints on it.
If
You know?
there's anything we've learned in this campaign,
That might
is that
actually
magic is a really big subject.
But that's the funny thing though, is that actually might create some interesting tension because I would imagine, given Erie's origin, there'd be a pull towards the spiritualism side versus Kyvius's origin, where there'd be a pull towards the educational side. So it could be super interesting.
If you're giving us an out steal, we're taking it.
He's giving us an inch, we're taking the 5-mile yard.
The shit that I've written down is like, here's the rules, here's how it works. None of that shit survives contact with the PCs. You guys tell me what the plan is, and I will.
Yeah, that just makes decisions a lot easier.
So Erie's like the spiritual leader and Kyvius is head of education.
And then we fight for resources using
Oh,
fisticuffs.
Absolutely.
I'm flexible for both.
You ever fight when he can throw you off of anything?
He did that once through portals a bunch of times. That was the same fight where I died, though. So
And Morgaine almost actually died.
Mhm.
Twice. Twice.
Ivy killed me. That's right. I forgot.
Yeah, jumping off of Jello cliffs.
I've died once and almost died 3 other times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's still 2 hours in the session tonight. You got plenty of time.
Oh, good.
Are we gonna get ambushed?
In our new house.
Yes.
Are we gonna get to go to sleep?
We're gonna get ambushed by different versions asleep.
Different versions of
Ow.
ourselves, yeah.
I feel like you should know me enough by now to say no. That ambushed is way too obvious.
It's probably true.
Now, we can figure out the details after this in the morning, but I've been waiting to tell you guys this for over a week. Go to fuck to sleep. I'll stand guard.
And
Okay.
can I do something first before we go to sleep?
Absolutely.
Since I have, well, it would be a fresh day. I'd like to go onto our little tower up there and carve 3 little waves into the wall,
Oh.
and use my 1 free sending per day to try and send a message to Avandra.
Okay, well, can't send a message to a deity, but if you could, what would you say?
What if I roll above a 30?
Yeah, go and give me your Arcana check.
I know it's a 10% chance, but what if?
I know.
And I still have the coin.
You say.
My lady, I need to thank you for all you have done for me, for your guidance and blessings of good fortune on this journey.
So simple. And true.
Do you guys go the fuck to sleep?
I don't want to take up a bunch of time on a personal thing. I just right before I go to sleep, I would just pull out my staff and just see if I can figure out anything that might be going on. I know that sounds silly. I guess there aren't really a lot of rituals I can I guess I just start to kind of mess with my magic a little bit. Maybe producing a little flames in my hands or something, just to see if I can get kind of a clue as to maybe what's happening. I'm real nervous about that, and I was just trying not to show it.
Yeah, I think that is completely fair. Would you go ahead and give me an Arcana check?
Ooh,
Wow.
that's a big boy.
Do you remember much of the conversation that you had with yourself when you gave yourself more as
I think that I do.
Okay. Was there anything important that like your older self told your younger self?
That is a way to word it.
And pulling up my notes.
No, it's not in your notes. I'm just curious.
Oh!
Curious what you think.
I mean, it was he had from what I remember. He had me say some words, and thus completing what at the time was a pact. And there was the sacrifice, which was, I believe, to be just the sight in my left eye.
I don't think you've ever told any of your friends that, have you?
No, I haven't. They don't know.
The pact that you, of course, have always made means that this belongs to you now and not to the Mora. It's yours. It has always been yours. And as a result, it could never, for example, hurt you for any reason. And you know that it because of the bond that you've made with this powerful artifact, it can never be taken from you either. Even if, for example, like any of the Fae managed to steal it from you and bring it back to its owner, you're the rightful owner of this gift now. In many ways, you are Mora as per the title, and not the prior Fae queen who once possessed this iris. But that doesn't mean that she can't still act through it. It doesn't mean that she can't attempt to locate it in very brief moments whenever there is a point in time where the Feywild and the real world are a little bit closer. For example, if you came to this untouched land where there is no civilization, there is only nature and raw magic lingering in the air, you are closer to the Feywild than anywhere else. If you were to go to a wild celebration in the middle of the night of revelry and chaos in a festival, by people who are wanderers and more Fey-like than any other people in sort of the material world with the Dust Hunters, that would be closer to the Feywild than anywhere else. And it is in those brief moments that her wrath and hatred might be able to sort of move through this item and towards anyone around you. And in this moment, you also have just a brief realization. You don't know what to make of it, but you know that whatever this staff is trying to do to like lash out and hurt somebody, this curse, you know that at some point in time it has or will and therefore has succeeded, and it hurt somebody close to you, and it's only a matter of time until that reality becomes your present.
Oh, I do not sleep well tonight.
You hear a little voice in your head. Warren wasn't crazy. The Feywild's fucked up, yo.
Kill them,
I like to think
Kill
that-
them all.
For no reason whatsoever, that's not in his head. That's just Warren saying that.
Yeah. I'm trying to like through the vents.
Hey, Eerie, here's a question that I've been wondering for a bit. Where do you sleep in this room with six rooms, or this house with 6 rooms?
Wherever I feel like it.
Okay, do you take a room?
Probably not.
Okay. Follow-up question. I can't help but notice that in your equipment, right, you've been carrying around like the cursed game board, which we talked about earlier, and like the grail of living brass and so forth and so on. Where do you keep all of these possessions on your person?
Yes.
Just like shrunk down to a really small amount?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have like a little cute backpack you carry things around in, or do you when you sort of sleep around the house, like in the attic or whatever? Do you fucking like put these things nearby?
It's a little belt pouch.
Okay, got it.
Keep my tiny things in, because as long as they're with me, they don't go big.
I got it.
Magic.
Good to know.
Don't steal my things.
I won't. I've just been wondering. That night, you all sleep fairly well. Except, as you said, Kyvius, it takes a lot for you to like actually get restful sleep, because there's really that that sort of chill that sets upon you, knowing that there is sort of some kind of cycle going on that has pain at some point in time in the future, and that there's nothing you can do to stop it. You've never enjoyed the feeling of powerlessness, and so it's hard for you to sort of just put those thoughts aside for the following. And that night, you have a dream. I don't know what you start by dreaming about, and I'd be really curious if you would tell, but it does change halfway through. What do you normally dream about?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, if it's a bad dream, it's usually related to the visions that I had when I was from 10 years ago. It'd be the lava and the howl and the grasping hand of the dragon coming for me. If it's a good dream, it's usually scenes from my travels, the Orderlands, some of the kind of beautiful plains and scenery. It's I mean, nature dream is a little much, but like it's like what's in front of us right now. It's as I was moving from one place to another, gathering information, prepping to infiltrate the Ka, like I saw a lot of scenery like this, and that's kind of, you know, outside of the subterfuge and the infiltration, like these were the moments of peace.
I really like that. You dream about this for quite some time, and at some point in time, something awakens you. Something doesn't feel quite right, and you open your eyes and you realize that your whole upper body is completely numb. From like your neck down is just paralyzed, and you cannot move. And over your mouth is a very tiny little web, and your right hand is raised up a couple of feet, and you can very clearly see that there is a web that is connected from your wrist up to the roof. And you have this horrible thought, and your eyes grow wide, and you begin to like try to do something, and all of a sudden you can see this giant spider skitter up onto your face and just lunge towards you, and all of a sudden it's just blackness again, and you are just launched back into the darkness of your dream, as the poison that I rolled earlier continues to affect you. And you are lost in dreams for a little bit longer. And in this second dreams, you find yourself like walking through the snow, and you tread upon fallen flakes and thousands of little spiders. And you're walking in this city, this beautiful, beautiful new city, and it looks like it's made overnight, but the colors are so vibrant that it hurts your eyes. And you know that you're in the Feywild. You know the name of this city is Cendrien, a name that was given to it, but no, the name that was not given to it by anybody. It just named itself. And as you walk, you kind of catch sight of yourself in the many reflections of the multifaceted glass here in the city. And most of the time, you are alone in these reflections. Sometimes you see other people like Morgaine or Warren or Saigar, somebody that you don't recognize, but Warren would, a tall, confident man dressed in pristine and like a pressed uniform, whose outfit is the same slate blue that's the color of the howl and the colors of a lake in the fog, the colors of your mother's apron. And for a brief moment, the two of you make eye contact, and the figure looks surprised, and you realize that he too must be dreaming. And he stares at you like he's memorizing every feature. And then he looks at you and says, "Spider on your face." No, you know what? Spider on your dick.
Get off there.
And you look down at yourself, and you can just see like your whole body covered with moving shapes. You're like, you know what? No, I'm going to stay focused. You just bring your head back up, and you keep walking forward because you cannot slow down. And you quicken your step because even though there's bees that are whirling around your head, and they're all whispering, "Thief! Thief!" in their buzzing little tone, and the honey that is oozing from your pockets is like rolling down your pant legs and causing your feet to sort of stick to the floor a little bit. Every one of these steps is requiring all of your effort, and you can see yourself one last time in the mirrored reflection at the end of the street, and you are younger, much, much, much younger, and you are lost in these winding streets. and your hand reaches to the end of your staff, and you go to pull Moore's iris off to complete the cycle that you knew must someday happen. But your feet stick to the ground, and your younger self is moving down a side alley, and you look at your hand, and it's covered in spiders, and you just drop the iris, and he never sees you. And when your opportunity like that is lost, the city looms all around you, mockingly laughing at you, and it begins to just shatter like glass all around you. And you watch as your own hand and all the spiders on it also shatter to glass, and then your arm and your body shatter along with it. Morgaine, this is when Kyvius wakes up. And it is thanks to you that Kyvius wakes up. Because as you are keeping watch, you hear a thump. And you turn halfway down the hallway, and you can see the shape of about 150 plus massive fist-sized spiders that have all connected this web to Kyvius's hand and is dragging and walking him down the hallway as casually as they possibly can, while he has web across his face and across his eyes. One of them skitters to the back of his head and quickly weaves a web to like pull his head back up, and two more skitter to the side of his face to like make him smile. And he has like a hand that kind of just jauntily zombie waves at you a little bit as Kyvius just kind of goes out for a stroll. And you can hear in fact, that he says, like, just going for a stroll, as all of the spiders in these webs start making this sound together as they scuttle up and down these tendrils, and his feet drag unconsciously on the ground as he takes one more step forward and whomps directly into a wall with enough force that the building shakes a little bit in the area. Some of your possessions go tumbling down from your belt and go tumbling down the stairs from your loft apartment and so on. Morgan, what do you do?
I'm immediately going to grab him by the collar to make sure he stays inside.
Okay,
And then,
Kyvius, this is the moment you wake up.
What?
You can't talk. Your eyes.
Oh,
got
sorry,
wet
that's right.
over your mouth and stuff. But you are conscious now, and you can.
you're obviously intelligent, so I'm gonna give you one chance to explain yourself before I smush every single one of you.
And they pause and start scuttling up and down the wires, and you hear your friend Kyvius say, "No, we're friends. No squad."
Okay, Kyvius, I'm sorry. Can you just hold on for a little bit longer? Why are you taking Kyvius?
Just want some fresh air.
It's like they're making it sentences from his past session recordings.
May I make an insight check?
You sure can. At this point in time, they get to the doorway, and then they realize there's no continual roof, and they all kind of just pause and stare over the open fields, like pondering what the next.
Thank you.
So my insight is
21.
I'm trying to like gauge, are they malicious? Are they malevolent?
1,000%.
Okay.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, they are.
Listen, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Warforged, but spiders don't scare me very much. Drop my friend, and you can leave. And I assume you have something to do with the spider in the cave. And we're gonna be down there tomorrow to have a chat.
They start more frantically running up and down the webs now and say, "Would love to chat, but yawn, so tired, time sleep." And all of a sudden they just let go of the webs, and Kyvius, you just fall face first onto the ground as this wave of spiders begins to like scuttle across the roof and towards the chimney and then out into the night.
I'm gonna run over to Kyvius and rip off anything covering his face to make sure he can breathe.
Oh yeah.
And then help him remove any stray webbings.
There's like one last spider that like comes out from like his pants pocket that like scuttles up his body and then out the door.
We're dealing with this
He's
tomorrow.
covered in little spider bites.
I'm never going to sleep again.
How many fingers am I holding up?
What are fingers?
That's not that can't. Shit,
am I
you're the
still
person.
am I still poisoned?
Yeah. You're pretty like you don't have any feeling in like your cheeks or your face. It just feels like your whole body is like dentist.
So it's like paralysis. It's not like
Yeah.
it's not like hallucinatory.
It is purely physical.
Okay.
And also for some reason that makes it more sinister.
Yeah. Morgaine, I don't think I can move very well right now. In fact, I'm having trouble kind of moving my mouth a bit, which is it's something I really like to do normally.
It's your best feature.
Thanks.
Here, I'm going to lift him up, and I'm gonna walk him to his room.
I don't. Could I just sleep on? Is it like a couch or a cot? Like I don't want to go back in there.
Okay. Let me find another room. And then I'm gonna find a different room. And I'm going to put him down on the bed, and I'm gonna inspect the entire room top to bottom. There best not be a spider in there.
There is not a spider. There is 3 spiders, but they leave when you find them.
Is there any? Do I know from a healing perspective? Would I have any insight into what I am being affected by, or is this totally new to me?
Oh, this is definitely a heal check for sure.
Okay.
You're affected by spiders.
Yes, I know. I don't know if there's like an anti-venom for spiders or if there's any long-term consequences or anything else like that.
You don't need to select your character. Oh,
Ugh. that is not good.
You're pretty sure that theoretically you could just become immune to this poison after repeated exposure.
Just a few hundred more bites.
Yeah. I think we'll leave that experiment for another time.
I need to go find Zygar. He's the only other one besides you that's half decent at dealing with this stuff. Plus, he's got a bunch of wilderness training. I'm sure he sort of has an idea.
Don't be gone long.
Kyvius, you're looking at around all the tiny little nooks and crannies and darkened corners of the cottage.
I am sweating bullets.
Morgaine is going to make the key point, though, is he's waking up Warren, and he's going to have Warren go into Kyvius' room.
Nice. Okay.
Hey,
Listen, there's a lot to talk about, but I need you to keep vigil over Kyvius.
it's alright. I don't sleep much anyway.
I don't sleep at all, so yeah.
Fine. I'll go. I hope I have something to kill.
Well, if anything, Ant comes in again. Yeah.
Yes! Please let them come back. It's been 8 days, Morgaine!
Speaking of things with 8, spiders, watch out for those.
Oh, I ate one of them. Oh, I got my web spit.
Are you awake yet?
Yeah, hold on, let me just... yeah.
Oh, I'm dead. That was not me.
Let me sit up here for a moment. Let me just... Oh, okay. More Kyvius, I'm coming. I have to waddle over.
Yeah. Warren, as you start making your way down the stairs, you step on something that kind of slides under your foot for a split second, and you look down and sort of lift your foot up, and you realize that it is one of the beautifully carved little white alabaster pieces. This one is shaped like a cute little penguin that must have fallen out of the game board that, of course, not being in Erie's possession any longer, has sort of grown to full size. When Kyvius thumped into the wall, it was enough of a sort of a shake that wherever Erie had kind of put his pouch and stuff, things must have fallen to the floor, and this one piece rolled away.
Oh.
But that's neither here nor there.
Stole my things. Make my way down and sit down. So is this like one of those where we go chase them to their homes? Because, like, I like doing that.
What?
Oh, we should probably wait till you can move again, huh?
Yes!
Kai's
Okay.
accent sounds hilarious with his puffed up cheeks.
What? I'm not talking so well!
No, just get a little deeper and you'll have one like mine.
So just before I head out the door, Morgan's just gonna do a quick head check because he knows Saigar is still probably outside, right?
Very much.
But he's gonna do a head check because he knows Kiovasan and Leaf is still in there.
Yeah.
And obviously the spiders.
When the thump came out, Kiovasan, who was like dressed in a nightie, like peered out to see what was going on in the hallway, and then a second later, like Caslin burst out, hands balled into fists, ready for action, and you had to sort of just explain. No, it's fine. It was just the spiders, and they like put a light on in the room, and Caslin stays up basically, and you hear as the door closed, Leaf is like, "I like spiders." But they're fine.
Is Eerie still on the premises?
Eerie is. I feel like Eerie is like a deep sleeper for some reason.
I need my beauty sleep like 14 hours a day.
Okay. Everyone's accounted for. Leaving the premises to look for Saigar.
Okay. That's not a difficult thing because you sort of know his route very, very frequently. And it's easy for you to kind of know exactly where he would be around this time, even though he likes to think he's more unpredictable than he really is. After his 5th or 7th lap around sort of the unexplored continent for scouting, you can pretty much intercept him within a couple of
my mind's vision is he's like jumping between like alleyways and darknesses as he's traveling across, and Morgane's just standing in between him, and he's like jumping across, and he's like, "Hi."
Yeah,
he does like a pause and be like, "Oh,
how did you find me? You're not the Batman. You're like Hawkeye, and it's not as yeah."
I just waited here.
Okay. And so Kyvius and Warren. Eerie is asleep. The two of you sort of just sit and wait for 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes, and then half an hour, and Warren, your eyes start getting heavy. Not a lot of action.
What? What? No sleeping. No sleeping.
Do you know how long? This is stupid. I don't know. Those things could be out hurting other people.
What things?
Spiders, I suppose.
No, but what about me? They did hurt me.
Oh my god!
Yeah, well, we should tell them to unhurt you.
I don't think you can reason with spiders.
Oh, they seem cool.
You didn't meet them. You were asleep.
That's true.
Eerie!
Your voice is funny.
There's like the sound of cute snoring from the loft.
The picture makes it even better.
It's true.
Yeah.
No, the picture makes it so much better.
But yeah, that's where you're at, Warren. Is Kyvius is like, as his paralysis starts to wear off, you've got your thoughts about what tomorrow is going to be like and what you're going to do, and he's just scared of some spiders. And half an hour, and then 45 minutes.
Oh, wait. I think I can feel my lips again.
Oh my god, please. If you get better soon, we can go kill things before we have to do more business tomorrow.
I'm bored.
Is my facial swelling, is it going down?
A little bit.
Do I look like myself, Warren?
I mean, I've only got 1.5 good eyes, but you look about right.
What is with everybody in this party having bad eyes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like the whole party has like a total of like 4.
It's a thing. Yeah. Hey, listen. Hey. I think we're on the path towards our team name.
Though once you're moving again, I don't think we can wait and leave whatever that is to run around. We know where it came from. We should go deal with it. We got people to protect now.
No, that's true. But do you think this is really because I just said I'd be back later?
I don't know. They tried to steal you.
Why are all the creepy crawlies always chasing me?
Alright. Well, let's go get rid of one.
Yeah, okay, I don't know if you... I tried to accurately describe what it looked like when I peeked in there, but that did not look like something that was going to be easily exterminated.
Well, we can't. What are we gonna do? Leave it? It just walked into town and almost stole you.
Alright, good point.
We just gonna wait?
No, I guess we can't wait, but we just haven't had a lot of rest since our last...
It's been 8 days.
Yes, I know it's been 8 days since you've hit anything, but they haven't been
Yeah.
very restful days.
Okay. Wait, was that a serious thing? Did Kyvius really not have a long rest?
That's
that was
correct.
a joke. Oh.
No, sorry.
But
Well,
we probably should not leave it alone, no, especially because I will never sleep again until I am assured and have various wards and spells that blow up spiders if they ever come never near me again. Oh my god, you have no idea how that felt, and all of a sudden, oh, I can kind of move my hands. They're twitching.
yeah, it's good. Well, when Morgane gets back, I don't think we should let it wait. They seriously could just make off with anybody in the city. We're gonna leave them alone.
They were puppeting me.
Yeah. This is why we shouldn't leave them alone.
It's really fucking creepy though. Like they were puppeting me.
It's
At
true.
this moment, you both hear something. I rolled really low on my stealth check. With your passive perception, you both hear us scuttling around
On the floor?
on the roof of the building, like on the roof tiles outside.
Wait, what did you roll?
A 5.
Whoa.
Oh, even I hear that.
That's true. It's not loud or multiples. Like, I don't know, 6 or 7 medium-sized ones. They're doing work up there.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go kill it.
Wait. Maybe we should maybe we should wake up Eerie?
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay. So Eerie, get the fuck up! Can I move yet? Go wake up Eerie.
You cannot.
Yeah, go wake up Eerie, Warren. Hurry!
I go wiggle Eerie a little bit.
Warren, you leave Kyvius in the room by himself
God.
and make your way up to the second floor to wake up Eerie, who again, deep sleeper, takes a second.
I hope he's gone when I get back.
What? I'm sleeping.
We're being attacked by... Well, attack's a light word. Spiders?
Handle it later.
No, they poisoned Kyvius. He can't move. He's all frozen. Okay, you're a big boy. You're a big boy. You can get up on your own. I'm gonna go back downstairs now.
Fine.
I can teleport you there. And I start to head back down the stairs.
I'll reluctantly follow.
You get
Noticing
back down.
if anything I need to pick up off the ground.
Yeah, the game board, all the pieces scattered everywhere, and like as you kind of go pick them up, sort of the 3 core ones, the fool, the flame, the fisherman. As you reach out and kind of put your hand over towards one of them, and they have cute shapes. Like the fisherman is like a big giant beluga whale for one side, and like a dolphin for the other. And as you kind of touch one of these shapes, you watch as it sort of shifts and molds in your hand to sort of represent a clay figure of somebody that's important to you, and then sort of becomes just that same shape once more. It's very clear the game is, coaxing like it wants to be played, and you're like, not today, game board. I'm not an idiot.
Not today, ghosts.
You just like bundle these pieces up and you toss them back in the cursed game board, and you close it back, even though you can feel something within beckoning you, and you just put it back on the shelf, and you go back to the room that Kyvius was in, and as you look into the darkness of the room, you see in the far corner of the room. Kyvius curled up in like a slightly fetal position, or he sort of unravels and looks much cooler as you guys arrive. But it's very clear that he's like keeping his feet off the floor.
Hey guys, everything's fine.
Oh, you're not gone. Ah, damn.
What?
Nothing. Look, I'm here to protect you. You're safe with us.
You know,
Where did
you're
Morgaine
not exactly the most reassuring protector in the world. Could we find where Morgaine went?
Is he coming back?
At this moment, you can hear like the argument between Morgaine and Saigar as you come back, where Morgaine, you've explained the situation to Saigar, and his response has been, "Nope, no."
All right. He doesn't like spiders.
I think you just accurately roleplayed Ash.
And then, as the two of you get back inside, he looks in the room and goes, "Hey, Kyvius,
Yes.
we should go kill this thing, because then you could get its web and make me a set of cool spider silk pants."
We could do that, yes, if I was fully in control of my limbs. I was hoping maybe you would know if there was anything we could do to help with that.
Oh, are you sick? Is there a nasty bug going around?
A
nasty arachnid.
Wow,
Can you
he
move-
really is channeling Ash.
Can you move like your fingers?
Can I move my
Oh
finger?
yeah, you're okay. It's like, it takes a second, but yeah, you can get it.
Okay.
I got an idea. See, Morgaine, if you just throw him over your shoulder, we can use him like a turret. Just kind of bring him, and he'll shoot magic from his hands.
Oh my god.
Saigar, can you look at him, please?
Tiger gets over there and takes a look at you, Kyvius, and says, if you do make me a pair of spider silk pants, you'll have to make sure that the fly is not getting.
Right, yes, absolutely. I'm really, really glad that all of our priorities are straight right now, Saigar.
It's Saigar, unfortunately, is of no help. He tells you that you have been poisoned, and that he's pretty sure that the way that it doesn't work is that if you kill some giant marionette spider or talk to a giant marionette spider, which he's not doing by, it's not going to prevent the other ones from coming to, do whatever it is their fell business with you. Because you can't trust spiders. And he basically says, well, I guess you're dead.
Hey Ash,
Did he crit
when you're
fail?
watching this recording, we're saving this for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, you are.
Okay.
Do you guys, another half hour passes, Kyvius, you're good to go. It's still the dead of night. Do you leave? Do you all leave?
If Kyvie is in good enough condition to move, I think we want to get on it as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's a threat.
Yeah,
They just fucking waltz in.
I think I'm going to basically get dragged along into this, but I'm feeling a little bit guilty because I think that this is somehow my fault.
I must kill.
Murder switch Erie engaged.
And the five of you go running back to the hole where you first saw the marionette spider.
I think that well, first we check what's going on the roof, no?
Oh yeah. See if they're still there. Shoo them off.
There is a huge web dangling from the side of your house that is probably like 30 feet long. That's just like a big web rope almost. And it's very clear that they are intending to try to find some way to like get it caught in the wind or something to see if they can drag your house. It doesn't work like that.
Wait.
But
They're trying to drag our house.
they're trying to make a giant like web parachute so they can up your cottage.
So I think we can pretty much discern that the overall intelligence level isn't very high.
Yeah. I mean, you think Kyo and them are gonna be alright? I mean, it's Kyo. I think they'll be fine, but
But
you
they
know.
did puppet me and talk to Morgaine?
I wish I was awake for that.
No, no, you don't.
Alright, I guess we're off to the cave. God help
Do
me.
we want to get rid of this web first?
Yeah.
Do we think it's a
Hey,
problem?
Zygarde, can you do your thing?
Yes, I got protect them. We're leaving you.
Yeah, no, Zygar, he like lights an arrow on fire and blasts it into the web, and
Don't let the house!
watch. Yeah, no, you watch as he's like, it'll be fine. As the flaming web makes its way up the side of the building and like burns some of the stones around the chimney black again, but it doesn't go up in flames. He's like, see, it's fine.
Should definitely roll a d20 for that.
I
The
should.
utmost trust I have in you, Saigar.
This is 5 or less is a bad news. Oh no.
I knew it. I knew it.
As the
Steel.
web begins to ignite and it like burns up the side of the roof. He's like, see, it's completely fine. Exterior of the building, 100% okay. And then you realize the chimney has been clogged with webbing, and you watch as like the flames, like a bonfire from your chimney, begin to burn. And he goes, "Oh, Yuri, you should get up there and do something about that." As it begins to burn down into the inside of your home, making its way down the chimney.
Harry, can you?
Here, what's I'm gonna do?
They just spent an entire week on the. Oh my god.
Hang on, I've got this.
you make it
We've
like
had it for
Yeah,
one day. One day.
Hang on, I gotta.
Technically-
I'll use my. What's the power called?
whatever your create item thing.
Yeah, that one. Minor creation to bake a gray rain cloak.
And
What's a rain cloak?
he's gonna summon the power of rain through arcane
Well,
means.
and then I'm going to go up to the top of the chimney and lay it flat, and it will turn into a puddle of 2
Yeah.
gallons of water.
Yeah, about that. Hang on. I'm gonna have you roll an Arcana check for that one if that's okay.
Sure.
God, is this gonna get worse?
Oh, thank god.
Nah. Easy peasy.
I gotta find my thing here real quick. Hang on. Actually, no, I've got it. Hold on. One moment. Sorry about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yuri, as you flutter up there,
Oh no.
does 29 hit your reflex?
Just barely.
Cool. I want to let you know then that as Yuri, you flutter up to the roof to put the fire out, one of the spiders that was still up there on the roof blasts a little arcane web at you, one of these big space spiders, and it grabs you and catches you, and you are immobilized and helpless. And the only way that you can get out is if you teleport, or as mentioned, like make an acrobatic or an athletics check. This is really hard to do because the spider, thrilled with its new capture of Eerie, begin just like 4 or 5 of these big spiders just start like rushing towards you, and just the web begins to wrap around you. And the last thing that you guys see before we call this game for the day is like Eerie flutters up there to put down the fire, and the 4 of you are standing in front of your house as it begins to burn. Even though there's like Eerie had just conjured a bunch of water, sort of pouring out of the chimney, it's like half out, but it's already beginning to burn on the inside. As you watch as your fairy friend is dragged off in the night by these 4 spiders running at full speed towards the caves.
Why'd they take him?
Fucking Christ. Okay. One day. We had that house
great
for a
success.
day.
Yeah, yeah. They spent all week making us a nice house, and we burned it down. That wasn't even a day.
I think that 24 should put it out. I mean, as we chase after him.
Yeah.
Considering it was caused by the GM.
Let's.
Don't think for a second that Ash wouldn't have done the exact same thing.
So the difficulty was 25 to like solve the whole thing at once, which is extremely high. The house is not going to burn down. I am just describing to you that there is still like the smolder on the inside where you're going to go back in your house afterwards, and like the entire inside of the chimney, which is stone, is going to be all burnt black, but the house isn't going to fucking burn down.
Oh, wait.
So.
I have a limerick.
Oh my god.
Give me 1 second.
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. I was gonna say that'd be kind of that would be a dick move.
I'm waiting for the limerick before we end the game session. If you succeed on the limerick, you're not going to get webbed.
Spending dailies.
Yeah. How are people's healing surges and stuff?
I'm maxed.
Wow.
That's good.
We haven't spent that many.
I have a whole 14.
I actually have 5 of 8.
I have 8.
I've never
13
had a
force damage
problem.
is pretty nasty.
I've never had a problem with my healing surges until that one time where I died briefly.
Apparently, Josh was telling me that warlocks make good healing surge batteries for other classes.
Oh yeah.
That there's some abilities that like allow you to like transfer healing surges, and warlocks are great for like handing off their healing surges because they so rarely use them.
It's a ritual. There's a ritual that does that.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well.
Yuri, last second limerick. How close are you?
1 line. I got it.
Okay.
It's the best item in the game, just for the fact that we get to hear this every session.
Okay, I got it.
I got it.
I wanted to say that this is what you hear emerging from the web as it
we're
begins to
chasing
wrap
after
around
it,
Eerie.
yeah.
No, he's not dragged off the roof yet, but as it's like, getting pulled around him. Slightly muffled.
Our house was burning in flames, with only Saigar to blame. If only I checked, I didn't expect for a spider to be there to maim.
Okay, you give me that reroll.
It's 25. It's a hard +2. It's a rough one.
The spiders pause unexpected, and then they all start just making the same like, "Thank you, good story" on their webs, and they once again like climb. A couple of them climb down the chimney into the webs inside there as you finish pouring the water and put out the fire. And some of them just sprint off into the night. And Eerie, you are fine, and the house is fine.
So I don't take the damage?
You do not take the damage.
Oh, thank God.
Are you
was like
out
half
of
my
healing
HP.
surges?
No, I have 7.
Oh, okay.
Are we still gonna have to fucking chase them though?
Oh my
Welcome,
God.
Ash.
This was a good session to get out of the way when Ash wasn't here. Oh boy.
No, when so Ash is here next, right after we chase to the spider lair.
Actually, I want to stop. I want to stop in like 1 more minute. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the wrong one. So, assuming that everybody sort of gets back to where you had last seen Marion, the group sort of carefully makes their way into the caves, and you find that it is actually mostly empty now, with no sign of the owl bear or your prior quarry. The only thing that you do see is a single one of the phase spiders, and it sees you and it panics and it just crawls down into the hole and the abyss far. Does anybody have dark vision?
I think
No,
Do
I have
elves-
low light.
it's low light. I don't know. Let me look. Pretty sure elves are low light.
This would have to be dark vision, and I think that elves are low light. You're correct.
Yeah, low light.
Warforged have normal.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I'd never seen anyone not without low light. You have normal?
Hey, I'm
Don't you
blind.
remember in like the early part of the game when you guys were fighting like the Myconids and stuff in the temple, and Morgane's like, yeah, I can't see anything. I can see one square in front.
Yeah, no, just low light.
He gave me a little bit because of my eye glow. That was about all I got.
Does nobody have any dark vision?
No.
Okay.
I have ways to make light, but all I have.
And Saigar's a human, so no.
Saigar is a human, yeah.
We do have a human torch, as in Warren's Halo.
That's true, but also doesn't really shed a heck of a lot of light, as we've talked about.
I can also make light.
That's true. I imagine that you guys like light stuff up and sort of like toss pebbles that are glowing light down the hole, yeah?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that'd be natural.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to take a look. Yeah. Do we see a nightmare from our nightmares?
So you watch
Oh,
as the pebble
Jesus.
plummet down, 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 and they land on a couple. You will recall kind of the weird purple colors on the platforms and stuff that the deeper depths of the Stair of Penance looked like previously. This particular one, as you peer down into the vast blackness, you watch this sort of bounce off of a couple of platforms that are very separate from one another. But everything seems okay until out of the corner of your eye, just for a moment, you see the matriarch spider scuttle into view.
I'm looking at a black screen. Is that everyone else looking at a black screen?
No, I
Right
see
now,
the map.
No, I
see the
got
map.
I see
blackness.
Oh, am I the only one who can see? Okay. Well, it's not good.
Well, hang on for a second then. Put you back. The lighting like on this map.
There's a lot of boys.
Or we're gonna have to do some work.
Did that update it for you guys?
Still black
No,
on
just
my
black.
side.
Yeah, black for me.
Let me refresh.
Yeah,
Just
hit
to make
F5
sure.
for me.
Oh, so refresh? Sure.
Yeah, I think that makes a difference.
That picture was really telling. It was fucking.
Oh, I see
just
it
the
now.
art. Yeah, it's cool down here.
Dear.
I especially like the long gaps and all the.
Oh.
And that's the matriarch right down there.
No.
No,
Direct
Oh.
your attention to the top right-hand corner of your screen for
here
me.
it comes. Uh-oh, that's his head.
Mmm.
Yeah.
It just keeps on getting bigger and bigger.
He was puppeting a
Bugbear.
a bugbear. Yeah, this this thing was huge.
So I want one commitment from everyone. Everyone's gonna say I'm sorry, Ash, and no one's gonna tell him why until he watches the recap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
we're gonna be apologizing for this one.
Hey, in that other map, there looked like there was a loot on the ground.
Yeah,
Over
yeah,
there.
yeah. Did you notice that too?
Yeah,
The obvious, probably not trapped loot
yeah,
sitting in the spotlight.
Was there a loot on the ground? Well,
yeah.
I guess we'll have to talk about that next week.
I'm gonna
And I'm
teleport
being
it to
serious.
you.
Everyone say I'm sorry. Like, do it tonight before you log off, and then we make a pact. No one Steel can fill in for how much he needs Saigar to be filled in, but none of us really tell him what's going on unless he watches the recap.
Fair. I just want to let you guys know this is not the combat I was expecting to have happen tonight.
Can we turn around and get Hewitt?
What? This wasn't the one you were expecting to have. They came in the
That is
night.
correct.
Wait, not expecting, but they came in the night.
Yeah, they came like.
No, that is correct. This is not the encounter I was expecting.
Were we not going to sleep? Did you think we were going to run straight to High Home?
Listen, I'm just saying this is a bit of an ass pull for me. That's why I didn't have my spider web thing ready. Yeah.
An ass pull.
Yeah, this was the fight that I was going to kill Morgaine with. This is a behind the scenes thing, just so you guys know. You may find it interesting to know that I had initially planned for Morgaine to be killed this way because when Garrow shot Karna and she went plummeting off the fucking side of it, I was expecting Morgaine to jump down after her and for the two of you to wind up down here alone and for you guys to assume that Morgaine was dead.
Oh. Then it
So
didn't.
this is
So
where
this
they would
fight-
have landed.
This is where they would have landed. And this fight really only existed as... Whoops, this is the wrong one. Get out of there. I was pretty sure that Kai was going to be like, you know what? No, fuck spiders way before this. But here we are. Just hide
They sort of
you.
forced our hands when they started impeding on the area, though. So.
Oh, no, that's true. Like I said, I just wasn't expecting this to be the next week thing. So, whoops. All right. Good story, Ash.
Yeah, I guess we could have gone to like, because originally we were going to go to the Pink Forest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the pink Well,
That sounds great. Look down, turn around, blow up
guys,
the cave.
Listen, we don't need High Helm, we don't need spiders. Pink Forest, okay? Pink Forest
Yeah, because
That
whatever's going on
is
with
probably
the face stuff.
totally fine. It's pink, for God's sake.
I mean, it's also pink down here.
Yeah, there's a lot of pink here.
Which egg
Yeah.
has Hewitt's character in it?
That
No, it's fine. Steel was all going like, oh, I'm going to kill Morgaine with spiders, and then I would just win and be like 4 levels higher than everyone.
was absolutely horrifying.
See, it looks so much nicer.
So much nicer.
The dream, the
Ah.
This is
everything.
the load we're going to like leave on.
When he
Yeah.
so that when he logs in, yeah, that's what he sees. Why is he logged? Did he just leave himself logged in?
It's been
Yeah.
he's been logged in for like a week.
And remember, everyone just posted. I'm sorry, Ash.
For sure.
Well-
Okay.
Well, I feel like actually I kind of take it back. This is almost a good recap for Erie to do in pictures.
Ooh, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I was starting to wonder, as we were getting further through the session, I was like, why me? Why is this a Warren recap? I'm
Yeah.
confused.
No, it turned out to not be a Warren session.
Yeah,
Just-
I think I can do this in pictures.
Does Rios know about napalm at all?
Can we get R&D on that?
Can we just we got a hole, we just want to throw a lot of napalm down it.
I mean, I think that's a fine solution. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That Saigar is 100% planned.
There's a lot of flammable stuff down there.
I'm still so confused by whatever happened with the fighting. I feel like I missed something, but I don't know.
Don't worry about it. I
We'll
hope
figure
everybody
it
had
out
a
later.
fucking good week. There's definitely going to be combat next week, however this plays out.
Finally.
Well, okay, good note. We figured out rules. They're real.
That is-
Do we have any kingdom decisions at the end of this?
Not at the end of this session, but you will next session.
Is it about pest control?
In a sense, yes.
Oh, good. It's all the criminals.
Cool.
Anyways,
I guess we should go do some World of Warcraft.
yeah, dailies.
I don't know why I came up with fail birth as an insult for a tiefling, but that one really bothered.
That was a good one. That was a very good
I like the
one.
clip clops.
I didn't get that one. Why didn't I get that one?
Because goat feet.
Tieflings don't have goat feet.
No, they don't. But you're a demon spawn.
I liked Failbirth. That was particularly good. I'm gonna stop the stream so I can get it over to YouTube. Unless we want to delay that so Ash can't watch it.
Oh, that's so tempting too.
No, the likelihood of Ash actually watching the entire recap.
No,
is
you're
like
100%.
nothing.
Actually, you're right. Here's what we do. I'll transfer it to YouTube right now, and then we can like take bets. We're all gonna take the same bet. He's not gonna watch it.
Here's the thing, though. If he does watch it, he'll jump to the end.
Oh yeah, because it's Ash. Yeah, he'll spoil himself.
Just cut the ending off.
I'm gonna start moving it over now.